Hey guys, what up? What up, HaleyX? Here as promised. Yeah, I see that. Appreciate you being here. How you doing? I forgot to show this yesterday, but my this is what my wealthy exile looked like yesterday after the failed crafts. Are you ready for this? It might be painful to see. This is what my wealthy exile looked like. From 519 divines to 290. So we took quite the dip. But we're recovering. We're recovering. Right now we're slowly climbing back up from 280. Now we're 315. Just gonna keep farming a bit. Haven't done much farming because I've actually been busy with work, but I'm still gonna farm some on stream. I have a 50 mil shipment to send, which I just remembered I should do actually. But yeah,
you got some goods in from Ribbenfell.
I should be able to afford the shipments.
Hello.
What up, Lunar Moon? Welcome, welcome. How you doing?
Not bad, not bad.
How is your build going? Oh, we got a mountain room.
Always a pleasure.
Very good. I am glad.
Let's make some dust.
Let's do this here. And is there anything else I should... Is there anything big here? Eesh. There's some things. But I can do 1, 2.
Let's make some dust.
All right. Everything is full here.
Brought back some things from the Atlas.
Okay. All right, so we're going to send in 50 million shipments, and unfortunately, we're going to send it to somewhere that's on the further side, like from the shore. So it's going to be a while before it gets back. I probably should have seen this coming, and I should have sent it before going live, but I'm just now realizing because I plan to send it here because we have wheat and corn. But yeah, we should be able to hit 50 million this way. Yeah, we can. Okay. So now we just need to remove almost 1 million of food. So let's just do that real quick. Okay, cool. That was very easy. Easier than I would have guessed. But let's see. 3, 8, 9. 9 9 4 3 2 3 5 6 7 9 8. Let's do 9 0. We're very close. 6 7 8. Okay, cool. Then I can just remove like 1 from something. No. Okay, we'll just remove 8 from here. So this ends 0. And cool. We are at 15 million. We'll take a screenshot of that real quick. So I've got to hover on this. Okay, cool. Take a screenshot of this just so I remember what the shipment looked like. This is 38/12, so 38 mil in food and 12 mil in dust.
I'll give him the word.
And they're off. They should be back in an hour 30. So that gives us ample time to farm before. And afterwards, it also gives us time to decide if we want to craft with the currency we make back or if we just want to keep farming.
Oh, the smell of the sea salt on the wind.
But yeah, We're going to be starting off with a whole bunch of farming. We need to make back the currency we lost yesterday because we lost a lot. We literally lost over 200 divines in the crafts, and we ended up worse off than where we were at certain points. Like we have a worse weapon than after we had only spent, like, let's say less than 100. I think, was it less than 100? I think so, when we got our first one. So that was a bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. One thing I have learned so far, thinking back at it, is I probably should have used a rune dagger, because I stayed away from rune daggers because they had more mods inflating the pool. So trying to hit any mod with all trolling was inherently just worse. But rune daggers have a very distinct advantage, which is they have a lot more prefixes that are not attack mods. So there are many situations where I probably rolled a prefix and it was an attack mod, obviously, where with a rune dagger it probably wouldn't have been. So, and all I need is just one prefix that's not an attack mod and one suffix that's not an attack mod, and I'm chilling. So at least we now know, you know. And what I'm gonna do is, I think I already have more attack damage and wed. So if I were to continue the craft, I'm going to do something like start off with. I'll start off with Awakener Orb, or Awakener Orb them to a Rune Dagger base. So Imperial Skin in this case is a decent base for it, because it's also 1.5 attack speed. The only thing is Imperial Skin is kind of popular for this crafting, so I don't know what its price is like. I haven't looked. We also spent a ton of gold, so like that's one thing I'm trying to recoup on. Just straight up gold. Trying to get as much gold as I can, trying to keep my mappers running, because I farm so many maps with this strategy that I literally cannot get rid of them fast enough. So just trying to get rid of as many as I can. So speaking of that, I should post this on okay. So post it on what's it called? Post it on TFT. So because I just need to get rid of my maps, especially toxic sewers. Like I have a maps tab that's full of corrupted 8 mods. I have it, and I have a what's it called? A quad tab that's almost full of corrupted 8 mod toxic sewers that I cannot run. My next build should be able to run some of those, but we don't really have the weapon for the next build, and I kind of don't want to start getting upgrades for the next build without getting the sword, the most expensive piece, out of the way. Like that is my condition for making that character, is I want that character to be, I want to have the freedom to really go low budgets and expand from there, and I wouldn't want to do that unless I knew that I didn't have to save up, or I wasn't spending the money that I would then use to, like, you know, to craft said weapon. So I want to get it out of the way first, then I would feel like the freedom to spend the money. Do you even I mean, the thing about it is like when I'm making low budgets and whatnot, I like having, you know, the freedom to play around with different setups to see what feels the best and kind of go from there. Ooh. Is this? Oh, this is corrupted. I mean, I don't think corrupted uniques. I don't think people care about corrupted uniques too much. Oh, nice, 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 nice. Oh, you want all the things that match? Oh, I'm sure I have a lot of that. So let's just keep. I think these are my maps. Okay, so let's start here. I don't think there's any un-ID'd maps. At least none that are toxic sewers. So let's just grab the rejects and paste. The toxic sewer specifically. They're here. These are all jungle valleys on the right, so we stay away from them. Oh, this feels so good. To remove this many. Okay. So 60 of the rejects is just 600 chaos, whatever the divine amount. You have a toxic. Yes, I do. I do indeed have that. Like, I have too many. Like, most of these are toxic sewers. Most of them. Like, the only jungle valley here is like this and this row. I have an inventory full of them, my guy. Let's empty inventory. Oh, this is being slow. Then same rejects. Those are all the toxic source. 10, 20, 30, 36. So 360C. Thank you. So easy 960C, and we have space again. Doing can't regen? You mean the person? Oh, is it? The person could technically have a Pathfinder. What's it called? They could technically have a Pathfinder's Forbidden Flesh and Flame for permanent flask, for permanent life flask, and just use life flask to regen instead of anything else. Or instant leech can run no regen so long as you're not spending ES or mana. Or if you have some mana leech, then you can run no regen as well. So like there's different ways to go about no regen. Yo, so like I drop way too many maps. So whenever I start having like my quads are being that full, I'm just like I don't like this. Astronauts. That's easy dust. You know, one thing I actually like about the league mechanic, it actually keeps uniques relevant. Like all the T0 uniques that had been forgotten in past leagues are now at least a divine expensive, because we're using them to turn to dust, to, you know. So like if it's able to make, I guess, give dead unique some value, I think it's providing some value in just that. Why am I getting lag spikes? What the hell is this? It needs to stop lagging me. I found some higher skilled COC builds with quite some tankiness, but couldn't be bothered to examine. Oh, ish. So they didn't look into the POB. I mean, you can send them here. I can examine a few, not many, but like, because I want to still farm as much as I can, considering how much we lost yesterday. But I can examine like one or two. Because you also need to understand what's it called, the budget, or the time, the league it was done in. Because for example, if it's from 3.23 that I was using an old, if I was using 3.23 and using the old adorned, that's not possible anymore because adorned has been nerfed. Adorned is a really strong factor, so always check the adorned and see if it's 150% increase effect, or if it's what is in 100% is the new max. And keep in mind, even now 100% is still multi mirrors in terms of costs. So realistically, you're probably looking at actually using a 90 something percent adorned or 80 something percent. You go elevator to reference, so this is the different. Oh, interesting. Congratulations. Build is 3.25. Okay. Yeah, we can check it out. Want to see me craft again? All right, I'm a craft. So long as we're full on toxic sewers already. Jeez. What are we doing? Just dropping nonstop. Do you know how many times I have actually moved toxic sewers from here to my quad tab today? Like, jeez. Like, already? Okay, where's my rejects? Here, and remove this line and then put these three. None of them pass, so they come back right back out. So how many do we have? 22 that match our rejects. Not bad. It means we have our next set of maps after this one that we're currently running. Okay, and for these ones, let me just arrange them neatly at the start, just so I know I can always take the first 20 because they match my rejects, or the first 22. Yeah, 22. All right, these ones are all rejects approved. So how did the dagger craft end? Very sadly, very sad. This is what we got. We lost a prefix and a suffix at the end, so we need to reapply early damage with attacks and increase critical strikes. So it hasn't ended. We have to continue going. Like, this is even worse than the version we had yesterday. So it's like, but yeah, once we farm back some currency, we're gonna keep going. The question is if it's going to be today. Depends on if we get lucky on what do you call it. If we get lucky on our boats, because that boat is a 50 mil shipment, so hopefully we get multiple mirrors, or mirror shards rather, and we go from there. If we don't get multiple mirror shards, like basically if I get to 100 divines, I'm comfortable to continue. If I don't, I wouldn't want to liquidate more to continue, so we'll have to see. I say this now, but I do need to liquidate my stuff. Do you play Hex Blast at all? No, but I know a bit about it. Not much, but like, it's a trap skill, so I know like the bare minimum. What's up? Are you considering playing it or something? I know someone in the Somnat Discord went with Hex Blast for T16 essence farming, and it was unironically a blast. Like, they seem to have fun with it. So if you think you would like trap / mines, might be a good fit. If I get 100 divines, I'm confident to continue. If I don't, I'll liquidate myself. I continue either way. Nah, I don't think I'm not gonna liquidate myself today, simply because I don't enjoy liquidating on stream. I don't think it's entertaining content. It doesn't, thankfully it doesn't take as much effort thanks to the currency exchange, but it's still not the thing I want to do first. Divine, nice. I've dropped like 8 divines between yesterday and today, so like I have been dropping raw divines, that has been helping. And one thing I really like about this ambush strategy, if I do say so myself, it's like I love how cheap these scarabs are. Like, every time I think about the harvest strategy and how yellow juice is probably really expensive, and you know I can make probably a lot of money or whatever, I just remind myself like it freaking costs over 30 divines for a set of 20. Like, geez. So like once you're spending like 30 something divines on it, like if I was doing it in T17s, then no brainer, like I will make my money back. But in T16s, I'd be making like 8 divines per set, and it's not like a set is like very quick. I do it in 10 minutes. No, like meh. Your liver 70 divines. Can you imagine? You just see stream title, you know, I'm selling body parts for divines. What is this? Temperance? I don't know what you give, but take it. Since I leveled up to level 99, which we did off stream, by the way. We're now level 99, which is just, it feels amazing to get to like level 99 off of just farming maps. I don't think I have done this before. Like I've got to the level 100 character, but that was true 5 ways. But this character is not level 99. So now that we're level 99, I don't think I care too much about dying. Like I do, obviously, I want to get the last level. But I'm also of the opinion I kind of just want more currency faster. So now we're taking, so long as it's quantum rarity, I'm taking it, even if it's bad for my build, which minus PDR would typically get me killed once every few maps, like almost guaranteed. But I'm taking it because we want the money. Plus, I've learned to play around it. Is this boss that's typically like that? The boss is the scariest part of minus PDR. And well, there's one other mob type that I just don't mess with minus PDR. If I see that mob type, I'm not taking minus PDR. That's the one that throws those I guess flame mortars from Act 1. Take the fortunate. How did I drop a fortunate? I don't exactly know how I just dropped a fortunate. That was not, wait, was it a strong box? It could have been a strong box. Last night I fell asleep. Did you manage to craft the weapon? It's half done. We still need to finish everything else. There's a prefix and a suffix missing that we need to get there. And I basically just, I got to the point yesterday where I just ran out of currency. But yeah, it's half done. Hex Blacks is great for Sanctum. Yes, it is. One thing I haven't even looked at Hex Blast for is, what is its native damage? Is it chaos? Because I imagine it's chaos, but I think I also see it's scaled with cold damage or something, or at least with the Sanctum version seems to be freezing or something. And like, and the same thing when I hear people talk about it in the context of T17s, they talk about how everything is always frozen, and I'm like, isn't it chaos damage? Does it make chaos but hit on the smallest resistance? Oh, okay. Okay, let's pull it up then. So that means if what you make your cold res. Okay. PoE wiki. So you make your cold res your highest resistance, and you start freezing. Is resisted by lowest resistance instead. And I see. This is it. All damage can freeze, which means even though it's chaos damage, the chaos damage can freeze, ignite, and shock. And shock. This is quite the modifier. Yeah, that is quite the modifier. Applying shocks with chaos damage and having it be resisted by the lowest resist, which means if it's, you know, despair, if you go despair minus, you're chilling, but then you could also just go exposure and curse for elemental, and this is quite the skill. Yes, French. Indeed, it is quite the skill. Yo, that is I see why it's strong. I 100% see it. Yo, that is a nice skill. I hear it feels bad with self-casts, though some people make it work. Now you see, I kind of wish we had a minion that or minions that had like interesting interactions like that, where to be fair, if we had a specter that was like that, it might just feel terrible to face. Imagine facing a monster that had that. It'd be fun to use, but I don't think the rest of the player base would have as much fun as we are. Still a fun monster nevertheless. But yeah, I kind of wish we had minions, or just minions that had like interesting interactions like that. We do have a few that like have interesting interactions, but not nearly enough. Like for example, Baronite Preachers. I was talking about them a bit earlier today on the Summoner Discord. Those guys are, I mean, they have the potential to have really good DPS potential. Emphasis on potential. They are squishy AF, and to get them to the spot where they might not die in a T17, it would take significant investment, but their base damage, in my opinion, is not high enough to invest that much into defenses, you know. And that is a downside I see a lot of specters have, where the squishier ones would have that's loud, where the squishier ones just need to invest way too much into defenses, and their base stats are not nearly good enough to be scaled with the new limited amounts of like damage scaling, you know. Hard to compete with T17. Yeah, pretty much. And even those T17 monsters, a lot of them are just bad specters. Like they might have one or two abilities that is designed to like rock your shit, but the rest, they have cooldowns, and the rest of the time they're just doing fuck all, you know. So like there's this one lightning specter in T17s that I might want, actually no, like it's interesting when you face it. The one that is the bane of this build's very existence. It shoots a lightning orb that returns. That is an interesting ability, but the reason I say no, I don't want to build around it, even if it was healthier, is the reason for that is that my brain is loading. Give me a second. Yes, it has a cooldown on the lightning orb, or whatever it's called, and when that ability is on cooldown, it just walks around and does nothing. Like it has cooldowns and it doesn't have an auto attack. So this is problematic for many minions to not have auto attacks, because it just means getting DPS on them can be quite rough. You are selling your sanity for a 12-link craft? Yes, I am. I am indeed. Like yesterday was let's just say it was not fun. Especially crafting after 6 hours and ending up with the weapon I have currently. That part was especially not fun. But yeah, I think it should be less, you know, maddening today, because I have seen the lights. And I am going to be crafting on a rune dagger this time, if I decide to craft. And I explained this earlier, but the reason for the rune dagger is you have more prefixes. It's more mods overall, so you know, all trolling would still be a bitch. But for the rest of it, you know, for the Awakener Orb and all the other steps, you have more prefixes that don't have attack mods, and because you have these prefixes, you are more likely to end up with situations where you can just cannot roll attack mods and null. Versus the dagger, where almost every prefix, if not every prefix, is a freaking what do you call it? Where practically every prefix is an attack mod, and as such, if you roll even one prefix, you have to YOLO and null and hope for the best every single time.
So it just means that after awakening orbs, I shouldn't really have to like recombine two dead bases together in many situations. And if I really just hate rolling the more attack much, you know what I could do? I could just make an imprint of it. Oh, we have Hillock over here. So everyone here is for animated weapon. Yep, it is for animated weapon. I saw you use the builds command. I don't have that functioning right now, but this is the build in question. I can easily import. It's not tested, of course. I'd be cautious of following it because I haven't tested it, but that is the POB. And I should post it on YouTube in case anyone is interested. There you go. That is the POB, the current POB of what we're going to be doing. Ooh, nice. Uncorrupted ziggurats. What's the shipment? Is it here? No, it's not here. I think it should be like 45-ish more minutes. I think it was like 1 hour, 30 minutes. I sent it to Pondium. So Pondium is 1:30, and that was at the start of stream. So it should be here in, I'm guessing when my stream is like 140, 150, thereabouts. That is my guess. Sadly, my cowgirl did not get a good, it didn't get a good placement of like requests for food. So I could have just sent it there, but I'm like, Pondium has a way better request table right now, so I just went with that. But yeah, it should be here before stream goes too far, and then we can decide if we're going to be crafting or not. And of course, if the game just decides to give me another apothecary, then you know we can definitely craft. Just saying, just putting it out there, just in case the game decides, you know, to do that. You know, it's always an option. Just saying, it's always an option. The fuck was that sound? That sounded like a very high-pitched squeal. Right, is there a phone version for POB? None that is good. Like, there's one that isn't really updated, but yeah, there really isn't any that's good. But you can check the website. The website is at least a bare minimum amount of accuracy. And you can the biggest problem with the website is you can't see certain things. Like you can't check your calc. You can kind of check the custom mods and stuff like that. You can also check, I believe, the different gear sets, so you can still see like AG gear, all of that from the websites. So yeah, I think the website for the most part is your best bets. But there is one mobile application that I think I remember there being something like that. It's not that good, but it might work. I don't remember if it did or not. I just know I tried having like a source of POB when I traveled the last time, and I ended up just having to get download POB on my girl's computer instead, because I don't have a laptop. Well, I do, I just haven't used it in years, since I got my desktop. So it's like whenever I travel, I just didn't have anything. Where is your 35-3 attack speed club minions? Nah, it doesn't need it. It's being carried by the 12 link. Like, genuinely, I thought about adding a cluster, but I'm just like, I like the balance that is currently there, because if I remember correctly, it's 75% block. It has really good like rare item usage. It doesn't use a unique helmet or unique chest piece, which really improves my survivability. It's using rare boots, I believe. It's using red gloves, question mark. I don't remember if using red gloves actually. but it has so many rare pieces that I actually like where it's at, and I don't want to have to give up block for, because if there's anything I would give up, it's block. I'd have to give up block for anything else. I don't want to give up like discipline. Discipline is not helping my survivability, but it's helping me keep my sanity, or it will help me keep my sanity when it comes to resummoning the swords, simply because they cost like 100 mana and I can cast 2 a second, and without discipline I'm looking at 100 and something ES per second. So like at least with discipline is like it goes up to 200 and something. So it's like if I decide to mess around, like if I decide I want to have a giant army and I decide to use regular animate weapon alongside Val, then I have the... You just had to drop from here, didn't you? Because it dropped from here, it's corrupted. I'd prefer if it dropped at, you know, max level. So let's know it's a level 4. Because this would have been level 4 if it just, you know, went 2 levels higher. But it didn't. So here we are. It's more the double wheel minion life minion attack speed on top of a Templar start is wildly inefficient compared to a cluster. Do you mean which? Because I went witch, not Templar. Unless I send something that is not what I should be sending. Yeah, it's a witch. Here. I'm just curious, since anime will run out, what will you do about that? Is there a way to not for it to not run out? I mean, currently it lasts over a minute, so it's 85 seconds. You can do a lot in 85 seconds, and if it runs out, we just resummon more. You don't have to resummon on items. We have ethereal knives of lingering blades that's throwing out 14 lingering blades at once, so we just cast this like 2 times and we can summon all the blades we need. So 2 times, you're good to go. And the same thing for Val version. If you just throw this twice, you can use your Val and you have everything. Isn't the weapon you crafted? Oh, no, we are not using... They are socketed in the weapon. We don't care about what weapon is animated. We use lingering blades. So how do I explain lingering blades? I think I have one here. I think I have a gem here. I can just easily show it. Ethereal knives. Of lingering blades. There we go. This guy right here. We're gonna take off our hatred for now. But anyways, so look at this. I use the skill. There are blades that are stuck in the ground. These blades, I can use them to create animate weapons, basically. So I'm going to throw these, and I'm going to animate them, and then they're going to be the animated swords that we use for like everything we need to do with animated weapons. So Val animate weapon, regular animate weapons, it's them. Those are what we're going to animate. But with the Val version, it's going to convert those to unique weapons instead. If that makes sense. So no, we are not going to be animating that sword. We would never, because that sword would suck to begin with. That sword is not like, that is a low physical DPS sword. It's a low physical DPS sword. So Whisper, which map? Question mark. Did you send rejects? No rejects. Send rejects on Discord. I don't have a rejects here, so I'm just going to wait until I see it. Then I'm going to leave the map. Yo, what is this increased thing? Like this lag. Yeah. I believe this is Do we have this? Yeah, we have one more. Okay, so it's that one, I think. Not this one. Either way, it's fine. 30. All right. Control V. We take all the toxic sewers that light up. Seven, 8, 9, 10, 11. Bruh, can I type? I guess it was still highlighting this, probably. This is not, it's, yeah. So he said 30, so this 10, 20, 30, yeah. So this is 30. Thank you. Any income I get from selling maps I see as bonus because I don't even account for. No need. Buy maps often? I think this is first time buying maps. Filthy TFC. Yeah, it sounded like it was the first time. Yo, what is this lag? Why? What is this nasty lag? Sure. Bro, what is this? Nah. What is even going on here? Bruh. Can I move? And so this is comedic how bad this lag is. This is the price you pay to take an Australia chaos. So yeah, maybe switch my server or something. Like it's still Texas is the funny thing. Like it's still a knee. Like what? And like in maps like these, it's like it doesn't even make sense because it's not permanently lagging. It just lags when you decide to fight, which is just a terrible idea. Like the moment you decide to fight, oh there's lag. But whenever you're walking around, you're chilling. Like look, I can move around all I want. We're chilling. Moment we start fighting, lag. We start fighting again, lag. Oh, we dare fight, lag. Oh, we open, lag. Like. And I feel like it also doesn't help that I'm a poison build, which is just like its calculations are more subject to like lag. Oh, what you already know the esports is gonna go wild. When y'all are moving in frames per second or frames per minute rather. This is turn-based ARPG at its finest, by the way. Yeah, that was dumb. I said turn-based ARPG. What the? That was stupid. Ah. Why I don't play glass con exact like situations like this. I appreciate being tanky. Because for the most part, I can get away with just barely moving. Because otherwise, I'd be dead already. Like, I'd be super dead. Okay, the map is done. We are probably going to log out and whatever before our next map. Maybe that would help. I don't know. Just auto select gateway, whatever is lowest, please. Whatever is lowest, just get me something that isn't lagging. I think this is where my last one is. Yep. What did I just do? I assume this is it, so I'm just going to chuck it in there before I forget. And let's see, how much is an unID'd cloak of flame? Not that expensive, but if I ID it and it's decent, because I have a different one that is very expensive. If it was not corrupted, then it would be way more expensive, but now it's like 60 chaos. It's like this guy over here is like 1 point something divines because he has 75% ignites. Make him 1.3. This guy's like 60 chaos. Should I even do this? Let's go find out just how much dust this guy provides. That is what I want to do. I need dust. We all know I need dust. Because if I don't have dust, you know what's gonna happen? I'm gonna run out of dust mid what's it called? Mid recombination at some point, and I'm gonna rage. I'm gonna be pissed. Okay, cool.
Hello?
Oh, it's not even that much. Okay. Okay.
Oh, good.
What I should do, however, is I should dismantle the rest I do have in here. Okay, cool. Yo, what can I say? We need our dust, okay? We can't not have the dust.
Have fun with that one.
Like, can you imagine not having dust?
Some dust.
Like, you know, Rock gets it. Don't you see how excited he is to make dust? Like, I don't know what kind of life you'd be living without dust.
Let's make some dust.
Yes, Rock.
I'm on it.
Mm-hmm. I trust you.
Let's make some dust.
How long till the shipment? We have 49 minutes, so it's gonna be done when my stream is on 151, give or take. Yeah. Why did ambush get deselected? Check your map runners. All right.
There's a whole load of baubles ready to be looted.
I think this one is shit in terms of dust. Could be wrong. Ooh, I'll take it. We got the good fragments. One of them. Good fragments? God damn it. Bad fragments. But we still take it. Oh, we got a divine. I noticed she says something when there's actually something good in the, like, somewhere. It might not be the guys you might expect, but they typically, if they find something good, I think she says you left something good in the atlas. Like, she actually says it only when there's something good. But there, to be fair, there's typically something good, so not the best example. Let's get some more of toxic sewers. and just fill this out. Okay, cool. And I think here we just dump them in here because, well, kind of full. Kind of already filled it up. What up, Froggy? Welcome, welcome. How have you been? How's 40-40? Congratulations. Time to gamble. What kind of gamble are you thinking of doing?
When I'm ready, and not before.
What gambas do we have in store?
Life is short.
We have a gamble going on, if that you can call it gamble. We have a 50 million shipment that is on the way, and it should be back in like 50, was it 40 something minutes. So looking forward to it. In the meantime, we're just farming as much currency as we can get, selling a bunch of maps as well. You know, the usual. I should probably check how many chaoses I have, because like I actually easily have over 20, 30 divines. Not 30. I don't think it's up to 30 yet. Well, it might be actually. But I could have up to 30 divines in chaoses. I just like having a good chaos amount, like liquid chaos amount, so I don't convert them to divines all that much. And because I sell maps in chaoses, I sell maps in chaoses a lot, so I tend to have a good chunk of like chaoses. So whenever I just sell some things in chaoses because it makes more sense too on the currency exchange. So because of this, I always have a very healthy amount. Like even yesterday when we ended stream, we still had like over 1,000 chaoses that we hadn't touched. And I kind of just didn't want to touch it. You take the shipment, call double or nothing, and then lose it all. I mean, I'm gonna take my shipment and then just try to craft my shit, and if it works, it works. You know, fingers crossed. I need more Eldritch Altars in my maps. But I don't think there's a way for me to get more Eldritch Altars. It's like I barely got Quantum Rarity in this map. Actually, I could if I decide to switch up my Scarab usage. But I'd rather not. So you said mirror cards. Got 600 divines now. What you think? Oh. Different altar affecting strong boxes? I don't know that it does, but I kind of just want Quantum Rarity. Quantum Rarity does, so just having more of that is equal to more drops from strong boxes as well. But you said you wanna try. Did you just say harvest gambling mirror cards? I mean, if you wanna do it, go for it. I have no idea when it comes to gambling in terms of cards. I think people have different tactics. Some go one card and try to get that high. Some just go YOLO yeet, you know. Realistically, I don't know that there is. I don't know what the odds are, so who knows. I will say that from what I have seen on Harvest Gambling, it's probably more. I guess I would say it's probably I could be wrong, but it's probably better to gamble. Well, not better actually, but yeah, gambling one card is probably your most is probably your best bet probability wise, because if everything has, let's just assume everything has equal probabilities to roll, you can go 0, you can go 1, you can go 2, right? That means you have a 33% chance to bust, 33% chance to stay equal, and then so 6% chance you're chilling, but then 33% chance you're fucked. Whereas with, let's say, something like 2, you can get 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So now everything is like, what is it? You still have a 2 in 5 chance of losing, a 1 in 8 and a 3 in 5 chance of, I guess, staying neutral or winning. So up to you where you draw the line, but ruling a 0 with anything more than 1 is rough. Don't call that addicted, it's the best. I mean, think about it. All you have to do is get good with your RNG and you profit every single time. It's just basic investments. You get good with you get good and you get wealth. I don't think I could possibly get good is the problem. That is the only flaw in that theory. Yo, these goats, they hurt. Like their molten shell still hurts. All you have to do is get good smoking from the I mean, I'm only broke because I quit just before I hit big. Just saying. Like they say, 99% of gamblers quit before they hit big. I didn't hit big, and as such, I quit just before it. You know, just before it. So if we continue, we're gonna hit big. They hit big. Oh, we will. We definitely will. We're gonna get good eventually. First, we have to get the currency to get good. You know, my investment method seems risky after half is gone. It is a risky endeavor, but as they say, you gotta risk it to make the biscuits. You know. Just saying. Just saying. Either you win or you lose, so just win. All you gotta do is win. But yeah, if on a serious note, Harvest Goblin seems like one of those things where it's like, on paper, like I've heard people get some insanely lucky streaks and whatnot, but like it's so heartbreaking poofing whatever high value currency you were trying to do it on, be it Apothecary, House of Mirrors, Unrequited Love. Looking at you, Arcane. Is the 50 million shipment back? No, it's gonna be back in, I think, about a bit less than 40 minutes, something like that. So we have some time before the 40 mil shipments. I'm probably going to, basically, once my stream is on like about the 2 hour mark on Twitch, that will be around the time when I'm going to open that shipment. That is when I'm estimating I remember and do it. But in reality, it's going to be done by like 1:52 on Twitch stream time. So in 7:48 Central North American time, whatever time zone it's called. Oh no, the investment didn't turn out. 07, your currency will be missed. So wait, how many cards disappeared? Did all of them go? Should have duped the apothecary, would have had enough for the entire third try. You see? Or, you know, to be fair, I'm gonna be fair on the apothecary arcane. I'm gonna be very fair on that. If I had just done the apothecary gamble, one of two things would have happened. One of two things would have happened. A, I would have poofed it, and then I would have stopped when my dagger was better. Or B, I wouldn't have, and I could have sold both of them, and then I could have made my dagger even better. So like it would have been win-win when you really think about it. Like when you really think about it, it was win-win. I don't think anyone takes my place from being the most broke here. Like I spent 200 divines to have the sword I currently have for my next build. I don't think it gets worse than that. 6 hours and 200 divine spent. If any company's stock looks like my wealthy exile page, I'd be worried for them. That's all I'm gonna say. All I'm gonna say. Like it was healthily growing, and then down. If Ted Dagger crafting failed, he will. Yo, if it actually fails, I'ma be livid. Like all through like last night to this morning, like in my sleep I was thinking about recombination. That's how bad it was. I'm like, I was so pissed. I was so pissed yesterday that I ended up with a freaking dagger that had four mods instead of 5 or 3 mods instead of 4 that I had before. Oh, it was so bad ending that way, but what can we do? The problem now, the real problem, and is if I don't hit it today, if I do craft it, like I get good with like my shipments, I liquidate some of it and I try to craft it. If this doesn't pan out, I don't have a 50 mil shipment for another week. So I just have to grind it out the old-fashioned way. And you know what that means? That means I'm gonna be broke for a while. So let's hope. Let's hope. We can do it. Yo, but what if the shipment actually is a bust and we actually don't get any mirror shards? That would be sad. Or it could just be huge and we get, you know, 7, in which case, you know, GG. We have our dagger at that point. There's literally no such thing as a failed dagger at that point when you have over how many divines. There is no such thing as a failed craft if you have enough currency, is all I'm gonna say. No such thing. Oh, you know, I didn't even read the Designate Corpses there. I was trying to see what the fuck the mod I was taking would be. Buy high, sell low. Basic business, you know. Basic business. That's how you truly get rich. Oh, you sell the dip. All right, Froggy. Oh no, that is wild. Selling yellow juice for Gamba is the best way to make. Yo, yellow juice right now is moving mad. That's what I'm gonna say. I assume it's still moving mad. Let's check the price. Let's actually check the price. Yeah, it's moving mad. You know what we should do? This is what we're gonna do. We have a harvest tree. We're going to farm harvests so that when we try to craft, we don't have to buy any juice. I'm gonna farm cornucopia. So even if we're making less currency, it doesn't matter because we have all the juice. We have purple, blue, and yellow. That is genius. oh. Still good. You know, a part of me was like, doctor. Wait, doctor? Because I remembered Headhunter is cheap right now. So, you know, the doctor is nice, but like, it's 3 divines compared to last league where it would have, well, not last league. Last league was bad. It's a very bad example. 2-3 leagues ago, honestly, Headhunter has been cheap like the past 2 leagues. Last league was bad. I think Headhunter was also cheap during Affliction because people just had insane whatchamacallit. Is this the map? Is this the map? Come on. We just need an apothecary, that's all. That's all we need. We just need an apothecary. Affliction value, Headhunter being the price of a normal unique. Yeah, it was the past 2 leagues, the past 3 leagues haven't been the best for Headhunters. Let's just say. Let's just say. And the ironic thing is, I think earlier this league, Headhunter was actually expensive. And then I think the builds that used it just, you know, fell out of meta. So it naturally came down. Meanwhile, Mage Blood is like doing nothing but going up. I mean, I'm not complaining. That's why I'm farming I'm farming Apothecary. So basically, what the game is telling me is in the span of 2 days, I have dropped a doctor card. Well, 2 doctor cards and 1 apothecary. I'll take it. Like, my divination card RNG is honestly not bad, if that is the case. I mean, House of Mirrors anytime? Question mark? Be nice. Just saying. It's about time I drop the House of Mirror, don't you think, game? I think we both think it's about time, right? We can both agree on that, I think. Doesn't sound unreasonable, does it? Just a House of Mirror. Perfectly logical. Perfectly fine. How much is a House of Mirror going for at this point? I have no idea. I have no idea.
When I'm ready, I'm not before.
I feel like I want to check. Probably be after this map, eh? Or we could check when we're buying the next set of Scarabs. The question now is, what do I want to do? I could keep farming strong boxes and potentially making more money. No, that's an option. Or I could do harvest. No, I'm not running out of juice today. I kind of like the idea of farming harvest because then I'll be getting yellow juice on a big discounts, like huge discounts. Because cornucopia is probably not that anywhere near as expensive as like. I mean, granted, it's cornucopia, right? So it's not even going to be the freaking expensive one. What do you mean too much clutter, my guy? Come on. How many do we have here? 1, right? Okay. Okay, Jungle Valley. I was like, there's no way Toxic Sewers is already full. Let me just casually repost that message on TFT. Because, Let's just post it because we haven't received a message in a while. We still have toxic sewers. We don't have residents anymore, but that's not there. We have a bunch of jungle valleys. Like, we need to get rid of our jungle valleys. What we're gonna do here is we're going to try to... Okay, let's do this. 3 divs of toxic sewers. How much is a divine? A divine is about 125, so 2 divs would be 250, so 25. It's about 37 maps, give or take. Okay. Copy at plus invites. We're also going to dump these here because I can't deal with them right now. And where's your rejects? So look, going to for 37 toxic sewers, right? Yeah, I think I remember it being 37. So this is 10, 20, 30, so 7 more. 4, 5, 6, 7. Trade. Thank you. And now we have to fix this. We'll just pick up some of these ones that are just scattered around. And then we're going to dump it back in there. And hopefully this fills up a lot of the space. Not quite all of it though. Okay. Clean. Then we dump this. And time to pull out Jungle Valley. How much am I selling rejects plus quads? I don't even know. I think it was 15 chaos a pop. Send rejects on DC. I'd have liked to merge these two lines together. The problem with that is I'm too lazy for that. That is the real problem. I'll also throw in some extras. Fine. We can just arrange it a tad bit. Okay, cool. Okay. There. Discord. All right. I think the quant is already in there. Quant in the reject, yeah? Whisper, 1 second. How many? I probably got a lot. Well, I do have a lot. This is 10, 20, 30, 50. Can I fit 50 in here? Yes, 50 ends here. This is a lot of money. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Yep. Invite. What the? Huh? Are y'all seen this? It says kick from party, but my guy isn't here. What the hell?
And not before.
15 times 10 is 150, so 300, so 600, so 450, if I'm doing my math correctly. Oh no, I am not. It's 750. 300, 600, 750. That's the actual math I should have done. We ignore my first math. It did not happen, so it didn't exist. Trade. Finally get rid of my toxic sewers. Jesus Christ, I had so many. Now we have so much in the way of chaoses. 750. I think they should all have the quants. Thank you. Okay. I don't know how. By the way, do you see a party window? Because I don't. Here's completely black. We are supposedly still in the party. The same party, quote unquote. Like I can do this. Nothing. Weird. Anyways, the next person says, okay, so city square. Do I even have that many city squares? Oh, the answer is yes. The answer is freaking yes, I do. Okay. on ID. Oh, I'm holding caps lock. I was like, why? Why? Okay, Control V. Oh God. $17. I'm not gonna do the math. Where's my calculator? 17 times 15. $255. And then there's 60. Do I have City Square on my thingy? Yes, I do. I do still have a bunch of City Squares though. Oh wait, what? Ah, never mind. Thank you. It's funny how I ask and then it just mysteriously appears. Okay, this is just the rejects. City Square same. So let's message this person in game at plus. Excuse me? At invite. How many do I have? 10, 20, 24. Got 24, so 240C. Because this is just rejects, no quants. Two divines? Okay, I don't care. Thank you. We have 4,000 chaoses. Jeez. And on the bright side, this is the major bright side here. We have finally lowered the amount of freaking maps we have in here. That is huge. And then we had some jungle valleys we had to sort out here. So I'm gonna just put it in the regular folder, not here. Okay, cool. Everything's sorted out. We have like 40 divines here, 13. Life is good, you know? Life is good. We're making money. And we have about, what, 15-ish minutes before our shipment.
When I'm ready, I'm not before.
You know what? Just for 20 maps, I'm gonna give that harvest a try. Cornucopia. I'm gonna give it a try. What is this? What is this? Who is still alive? You know, I hate certain mob types when it comes to blocks attacks. I hate certain mob types when it comes to what is the burning ground?
What the fuck is this? Yo, the game is moving mad today, though. Like, what? Like, actually. Ooh. More ziggurats. How many ziggurats do I have that I can actually sell? I was gonna say I drop a good chunk of ambush grabs of discernment. What's going on? Then I remembered I favored it on the Atlas tree. I'm like, oh, yeah, yes, I did. Oh man, am I the only one that dislikes stream of monsters when it comes to strong boxes? I see stream of monsters, I'm like, oh god, you're gonna keep me here, aren't you? Oh shit, that was spicy, the last one. It must have high rolled the damage or something. Like, whenever I see Ice Nova chunk me like that, I know it has this mod right here. Increase monster damage. I just know it's like, yep, it has that. Okay, and okay, cool. We're out. So we're going to run a set of probably 20 harvest scarabs. I think I still have my tree, so let me just peek at it real quick. It's set for crop rotation, but I just have to undo this. And it should be fine. Other than harvests, which harvest is fully spec'd into? Is there anything else I care about? Not really. I do care about ambush scarabs though, so I'll leave that in. And I probably want more mobs. I'll leave it as is. This is fine. I'd have liked to put some shrines in here, but this is fine. All right, let's buy some What are we going to mix this with? Oh, I know exactly how to do this. Scarabs, harvests. I'd want cornucopia. Market ratio is 2.5 per divine, so yowzas. Like, yikes, actually. The fuck? I have one extra point, so I might as well put it here. Like, I'm just looking at this like, I didn't know cornucopia got this expensive. So even just regular cornucopia is not expensive. Like 5 divines would only get me 11. So 10 divines will get me the amount. 10 divines would get me enough for 20 maps. Holy, that is what? When did it get this bad? The thing about how awakening scarabs is it's double the price, if not more. So awakening scarabs are almost 2 divines a pop. So you just can't win. But I want cornucopia. I want cornucopia simply because I want cornucopia because I want all juice for my craft, and then
I'll go from there. Do I need to do a set of 20? The results are already going to be skewed, so I might as well do a set of 10. So it doesn't matter. Yeah, this is fine. I'll do a set of 10, so that's Harvest of Dublin. This should be a lot more chill. So just 1 divine is 5, so 2 divines, 10. Then Influencing Scarab of Hordes, 1. Nah, I don't want that many. Let's just do chaoses. So I'm gonna do 20, no 10, 11, and I think that is all I can do for escalations. I already have, but just in case I put 10. And what's the last one? I can just go corruptions then. Okay, cool. These are our, I guess, scarabs of choice. Now we just need to get our 8 modded maps. So how are we already almost full on this tab? Didn't we just empty this tab like when? Suffering from success, I tell ya. Anyways, elemental, chains of command, let's peek, and then there's chaos. So the elemental one, let's see what they're doing. $3.25. Adorned, 84%, not bad. Yeah, this isn't bad in terms of adorned. Do note they are kind of squishy. I sent you 2 builds I saw earlier. That's how I can ask how to scale COC. It's 3 a.m. I still haven't checked, so can't see if it's just a POB warrior BS. This is kind of squishy, so just a heads up. This is Leash of Oblation. Do we have any flask scaling? No. So just know you don't have perma uptime on your flasks. And if you want to see what that looks like, this is what it looks like on single target bosses. You have no single target sustain for your swords because you're not going Faithful Accuser. Keep that in mind. So this is your single target. You have 12k fizz maxed, which means if a fizz hits you, you're dead. And this is, I assume, with a defensive activated. Where is it? Where is it? Do we have a... Oh, this is POB warrior. This is absolute POB warrior. Get out of here. Fresh meat. Fresh meat is not going to be active, especially with this duration, single targets. Because look at it this way. They have a duration of 42 seconds, right? That means fresh meat is going to be up for 4 seconds after the sword spawn. Now, if we look at PoEDB, because I played around with fresh meat too, so but in reality, what I noticed is in game it just doesn't have uptime. PoEDB, change of command. So this has a cooldown of 0.05 seconds. So as you see, when I explode, it doesn't summon those swords. So at a minimum, for every explosion you get, I assume he's using explode chest. He's not. Yeah, he is. So for every explosion set you do, you're only getting 1 sword. And in single targets with his current setup, he's not gaining new swords. Like Writhing Jar is not enough, and he has no flash generation anywhere that I can see. Yeah, he has no flash generation anywhere. None. Yeah, no flash generation. So fresh meat is definitely not on during single targets at all. Like there is no hope. There isn't even a sliver of a hope even a single sword has fresh meat for a single target. So this is a dead link single target. So that's why I turned it off. Because the way this works is for 10% of a minion's duration, it will have it up. So in this case, it's 42-second duration, so 4.2 seconds. It has fresh meat, and then fresh meat falls completely off. That alone, as you can see, look at that. That's like 50 mil DPS right there. But the truth is, they don't have it in game. They don't have that 50 million DPS. It's smoke and mirrors, if you will. Phase max it is 12k. I assume there's no defensive. It looks like there's no defensive, which is just terrible. How would you play without a defensive, my guy? Ow. Oh, there is Val Molten Shell on the shield, so it triggers off of that. So if you turn this off as well, you have AK Fizz Max hits whenever you don't have your why is it on Val? I don't know why he would put Val. Does he not use regular Molten Shell? It's in his filing, so it should be proccing. So if anything, I would have done this. Oh, he's POB warring as well here. Like this is the one that's most likely going to be on when you take a random hit in maps. When you're bossing, this is not going to be up permanently. So I don't know why you'd have Val Molten Shell up like it's going to be up that long. So anyways, so just know on a single target fight, you have 8k Fizz max hit and 21k early max hits. Chaos Res isn't capped, so I'm going to ignore the Chaos max hit, but there's also that. With the amount of uniques he's using, it makes it incredibly difficult for him to cap this Chaos Res. And he's not using a Watcher's Eye, because if he was using Purity of Element and Watcher's Eye, he could potentially cap this, but he's not, so this is not it. Then if we look at the second one, hopefully this is Chaos. This one is probably better, I hope. Let's see. For that other build, if he doesn't die, it's basically just Fallen carrying his defense on its back, and like that's about it. As usual, fresh meat is up, so down to 58 mil already, because fresh meat is not going to be up even if you have good gen, which they don't. This also is not using it's not using the ring, Hateful Accuser, so single target, nothing. It has no flash gen on single target, so there's no way fresh meat will be up at all. So that's just some POB warrioring right there. Defenses look about the same, I would say. You turn all these off because single target, he has no flash generation for it, and you're dealing with, well, 9k Fizz max, it's same as the last one, and no defensive question mark. No, there is Val Molten Shell. This is not linked to a trigger, huh? I guess maybe he manually cast it. I would assume maybe he manually cast it. Either way, 7k max it, so it's even worse. War Flask or War Ring, this guy, it gives me Penance Mark, and combined with this, I'm able to still use Despair. So what happens is I cast Penance Mark, it marks the target, and then every time we hit the target is going to spawn an entire new monster that like has 10k or is it 20k base health, something like that. The monster gives flash charges, it gives obviously swords, and anything you would expect from killing an extra mob, essentially. So we have this for regening flash charges during single target and for getting new swords. So basically, if you've ever seen, I could actually show you real quick. I can actually show this. Let's go to wrong click, but I want to go to Blood Aqueduct. So look, I can hit them, nothing happens. I throw that curse, see that mark? You see this thing? For every hit that same enemy takes, they will spawn this, and then we can kill this for flash charges, we can kill this for whatever else, but it has that. So it helps us respawn our swords, single target. It helps us generate our defenses. Like on a single target, if I went to face, like, let's say Katarina or any T17 boss, I would be using those things to have my flask go be up for as much as possible. So this coupled with this to increase the amount of flash charges we gained helps a lot. Now we still don't have 100% uptime on our flasks, but we have really good uptime, if that makes sense. So like there's a lot of PoB warrioring going on in those PoBs. And as you can see, the moment you turn off fresh meat, which he does not have, you have a situation where it's like 70 mil DPS and 58 mil. You are doing chaos poison. The damage from the others is done with paradoxical. That's something. Those versions, you see, the biggest difference between this version and those is those versions use crits. We have some crit scaling in poison, because if you crit, you're gonna have, what is it, 50%? Is it 50%? You're gonna have, I think it's a 30% or 50% dot multi on that critical strike. I think it's 50%. So there is some scaling, but it's not worth it in minions for poison specifically to do that, because it takes so much investment to get any substantial amount of crits to where you're better off just leaving it for every odd crit you have to just have slightly more damage. So those builds, a big chunk of their damage, like if I go back and open up the PoB, let's use, I don't know which one to use. I'll use the one that seemed a bit more defensive, the one that has the chaos one, since it's the only one that could poison. It uses a paradoxica, right? So with the part, I don't even want to click the thing, but you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna just have the other page open, because the moment I do, the DPS disappears from there. Okay, so let's look at it here. The paradoxica has chaos damage and deal double damage. That is fine in and of itself, but keep in mind, deal double damage doesn't interact with poison at all, so that would not work for poison or for scaling poison. Cardigan's crown also means, oh no, you see, this is also bad. This is terrible, actually. This is actually terrible, and the reason I say this is terrible is in any fight that shows any sort of resistance or your swords die, and keep in mind he has no actual sword gen, but any sword that has, no, he doesn't even have, he has no, like, actually 0 sustain for his AG. Like, there is nowhere his AG is getting life back from other than here, 1% of its life regen. I can probably see that in here. Where is his anime guardian? Like, it just has sacrifice. Oh, it has renewal. Am I looking at the wrong? Oh, it has renewal. That would be somewhere here. There. Okay. So it's 2%. It's healing for 1800 life every second. That is not good. That is not a high amount. Its max hits are fine. Like, it's gonna take a while to kill the AG with this, but anyone who's seen an AG in action knows the moment his health starts moving, you don't have time to react for him to die, right? So what this means is, effectively, if he meets any resistance in the way of, like, let's say you just spawn harvest monsters and you need to spawn your swords, or you don't already have swords up, you're going to have a rough time, because when all of them shoot a barrage of attacks at you and your AG is not going to regen that damage back. So he's just going to keep losing health until he dies. And they do a lot of damage in T17s and whatnot. So this really... So I wouldn't be surprised if this AG will die every... Let's say... at least once every 100 maps, at least. Probably more than that, because 2% life regen as the only source is just terrible. If he went, because I also went a node that I tried to use something that wasn't a Mask of the Stitch Demon for my helmet, which was a Crown of the Tyrant. With Crown of the Tyrant, I would have gotten really nice DPS from that, but without the regen from Mask of the Stitch Demon, I was in the exact same spot where, so long as I was even in the same spot because I was in a better spot because I had the defensive mastery. I don't want to change the defensive mastery, but let's just choose this one. I had this defensive mastery, but not, I had it on a cluster jewel. So instead of anytime I had swords up, my AG had regen. But if my swords ever were like completely gone, he would be in danger. And that is how I lost my only AG from this my current character. And that is why I switched to a Mask of the Stitch Demon. Because right now, my AG is regening like 70k life per second. So no matter, unless he gets one shot, he's chilling. Let's resummon him, by the way, if I forget an entire map. Unless he gets absolutely one shot, he isn't gonna die. And then on top of that, I made sure his max hits were really high so that you wouldn't be easy to one shot. I have my AG at 90k health, I think. I haven't lost this AG, by the way. I think you've seen it. I've done T17s. I've done like very spicy content and he's chilling. The only thing that should kill him is probably Maven and Sirius and Exarch. Things that disable regen, like those things, very rough for him. But other than that, I can't find my AGs. There it is. It's here. I'm blind. I'm just blind. But yeah, this is my AG. He has 90k health. He has 37k ES. His regen is about 70k life. The only thing is, this is not his max hit. His max hits, if I don't have it here. Okay. If I do this, minions have 100% less energy shield. This modifier, the reason I use this is this shows me what his real max hit is, because PoE does something wrong in his calculation. When it uses Mask of the Stitch Demon, it shows your recovery, but it doesn't remove the ES. And because it doesn't remove the ES, your max hits are higher than they should be. So these are his actual max hits. He can eat up to 800k lightning, cold, and fire damage, 500k chaos, and 500k physical. So he is not dying. Keep in mind, compare that to the PoB that has 0 regen and low physical max hits. On top of this, net life recovery doesn't matter because he has Cardigan's Crown, so he never regens, so he never has the problem of that. But like, do you see the difference? Like, mine takes almost 5 times, no, not 5 times, like more closer to like 2.5 times the fizz hits that this guy's own does, about 100k more, just like 100k less, give or take. And mine has 70 something k regen. Of course, this is more Cardigan's. I would honestly have just switched Cardigan's Crown for Mask of the Stitch Demon personally on this build, because if you just go Mask of the Stitch Demon, yes, he's gonna take the chaos dot, yes, he's going to not listen to your convocation, but he's not going to die. Like, honestly, aside fizz, if you're just throwing a Mask of the Stitch Demon on this AG, he is fine-ish. Like, he is probably fine if you just throw a Mask of the Stitch Demon. If the AG crits, it dies. No, it doesn't. It doesn't die if it crits. Why would it die? Because of the degen? It doesn't die with like, there's no way it dies. You don't need to prevent crits. There's no need for it. If you can prevent it, it's nice, but there's no need for it. And I can actually explain that really quick. If let's not create a new window, shall we? We have a window, a perfectly good window right here. The reason you're saying he dies is probably because of the ancient skull, right? But you need to understand something too about the ancient skull. he is going to hear whispers if he crits. So you just assume he has this, right? So he's taking 20% of his max life as chaos damage per second, and he has this, which doesn't matter. But this is probably what you're thinking about, right? Now, I'm going to use the exact POB to show you how. Look at this. It has a degen of 1.5 of minus 1.5 per second, right? With capped chaos res. Now, watch what happens when I throw in a Mask of the Stitch Demon. We're not going to care about the DPS here. Oh, that's it wasn't even using AG gear. Now it's AG gear right here. Do you see that? He's regenerating 89,000 life per second. And this is accounting for the degen, because the degen is chaos damage. So he has 75 chaos res. So already it's only doing 25% of the life. So if you look at 25% of 20% of his life, that's like 5% of his total life in damage or something like that. Maybe even less. I don't know. I don't want to do the math right now. But just know it's already being cut by 75% because of chaos res. And then it's now meeting the intense regen that Mask of the Stitch Demon is providing. So he doesn't die. Only thing that kills him is maybe a big physical hit. That is the only thing that kills him. Other than that, he doesn't die. Like he is actually harder to kill in this form than with a Cardigan's Crown. So that's the difference. This guy is not dying. But anyways, but look, you see this max hits? This is why I have that. I typically do that 100% less ES. It's still taking into account the ES, which should not be there anymore. So it's still like 900k. But yeah, if you really want to see the max hits and you're using Mask of the Stitch Demon, you need this line. Without that line, it's going to tell you, oh, it's a 1.1 because it's like ES live, but the ES in reality it doesn't exist anymore. So his max hit is actually 800k. So just keep that in mind. Same thing with Fizz and 500k, 500k, yada yada. Okay, and we should be able to get our shipment. So shipment time, are you all ready? This is the moment of truth. We haven't even farmed the... I was going to farm harvest. Didn't turn out that way, but I don't mind. It is what it is. Let's see what we're going to get in shipment. 50 million.
Came in from Pondium.
50 million.
Local.
Ready? Shipment time. 3, 2, 1. This was a bust. Oh, not really. Like it was, but it wasn't as bad as I thought at first. It has a mirror shard. 1 mirror shard, 2 power runes. Kind of underwhelming. But it could be worse, I guess. How many sacred orbs? 2. I got 12 time runes, so I got unfortunate that they didn't just go up to power runes, which is... It is what it is. A light bane's raiment. I don't care about that. I got only 4 divines and 4 exalts. Where did my currency go then? I must have gotten a very low roll on just the pure currency or something. Not bad. I mean, this is still like 30 something divines, so we still got a shipment of like 50 divines. We made 50 divines, give or take. So what we're going to do now is we're going to refresh our stash. So we're going to refresh our stash before we put anything from the shipment. This is typically how I just price check it. So refresh. See, we're climbing up. We're already at 355 even without any shipments. Stonks. You know, we got money. Take all.
What can I do for you? I'm on
The
it.
runners have brought back some interesting things.
Oh, I didn't get the runes. All right. Okay. And this is what, 8-ish divines? Are you still going down in price? They're about stabilizing. So like 8-ish divines. This should be like 2-ish, 3 divines, maybe more. No, this is actually more. This is closer to 7-ish divines. Okay. I mean, time runes really aren't bad. Interesting things. What interesting things? You know, scam me for my exalt, giving me, or my divines. I can't think. Ooh, you expensive? No, you're not. There ain't nothing interesting here. Isla, why'd you lie to me? Nothing. Oh, I guess she said interesting. She said worthwhile. Or she didn't say expensive. Like, goddamn, there's nothing there. Unless you're talking about one of my other devices that I just haven't looted. Any shards? We got 1 shard. We got 1 shard, a bunch of... We got 1 shard, 4 divines, 4 exalts, and 2 power runes, 12 time runes, and then a bunch of the other runes that, you know, I couldn't bother to keep track of. But this is like over 7 divines in time runes, and this is of course like 8-ish divines in power runes. So now I'm going to, once this lets me, not that one, I'm closing this one. Once this lets me, I'm going to oh, it has, okay. It hasn't synced. There you go. I'm making 1,000 divines on an hour. Get on my level. Just saying, get on my freaking level. Okay, so 35 divines, 8.8, 7.7. Then we have 4. We have 1 here, and then a whole bunch of the other currencies that end up being chaoses. But yeah, the mirror shard, the power rune, time runes, and then this is the bulk of the value of that. So not bad. We got like 50, we got over 50 divines. Now the question is, do I want to liquidate this and just Leroy Jenkins into a craft? Do I just go ham? I could. I don't want to sell my... I don't sell my 8 mod maps yet. I still have 3,000 of these. So in reality, this is like, if I really wanted to, I could easily get like 20 plus divines from here and still be fine on my chaos amount. To get over 32 if I really so choose to. So Aliax definitely wants me to craft, and I honestly don't mind crafting. So let's liquidate a bit and let's we can get to crafting. Do we have the gold for it? We have 300k. Yeah, that's not bad. Divines, mirror shards, just the 1. 36, I'll take it. Then what else did I want to sell? We have some Valdo's puzzle boxes that I would like to sell. I think I have like 5 or 7. 8. .50 is the current going ratio, so I'll just leave it at this. And what does our juice look like? It's not the best. So what we're going to do is we are going to run a few more maps. and we're going to stock up on some juice, and then once we have some juice to work with, we're going to craft. Let's just get this. Where's my rejects? Let's get the rejects real quick. Control C, straight into maps, 8 mods. Where are my toxic sewers? There we go. Wait a second, I was doing 10 maps, right? Yeah. Yeah. All of these get to go into the quad tab. Just real quick. And I think it's gonna fill out rather nicely too. Nice. Okay. And I think that's all. Am I forgetting anything? No. One thing I need to remember is I need to use the harvest option here because I don't believe I have harvest chance. Yeah, I don't. So I need to use harvest here. Everything looks good. So we're gonna do 5 maps most likely. Just 5 maps of this. I'm gonna go. Not a bad haul. Yeah, it was pretty decent. I mean, I did it 30. What was my ratio? It was about 38 and 12, something like that. I think I sent you on Discord. Money.
Oops, clumsy.
If you want to craft, I can give you some currency on the weekend. I can get my gear. Busy playing Stardew. I don't like crafting that much. I can tell you that much. It is a whole pain to craft. So, I mean, if you want to mess around with the animate weapon build, then crafting the weapon is not the most difficult thing. It's just, I mean, it's not the easiest either because of the whole recombination process. Did I hear a knock? I thought I heard a knock. I'm like, who the fuck would be knocking on my door? Prefer press and forget builds? Yeah. I don't blame you. I'm more or less the same. Like this is kind of a press and forget build, which is why I have been able to use it to farm as long as I have, and realistically I'm gonna keep this character around. Like I genuinely enjoy farming on it. Having to resummon all the time seems like a pain in the ass. Depends on your definition of all the time, because the reason I can stand the animate weapon idea is it's once every minute. It's once, actually no, it's sooner than that for just the Val version, but all you need is the Val version. Like that's all you need. You just throw you use 2 ethereal knives, you press 1 button to summon your Val, and then you run around killing things. If you want more DPS, that's when you can use regular animate weapon, but the idea of it is to just use the Val version, which is why it's expensive, because the only way to have that playstyle is with the dagger. So this is where harvest is. So it's here. You just need to remember. Oh, I have 200 minions in my back, or my AG does all the work for me. Yeah. But to be fair, with Zoom answer, you still have to use your summon skellies, right? This is the only problem with harvesting toxic sewers, is the backtracking to come to the harvest grove. But
This way, exile.
really,
Don't let it make a mess. ready and not before.
I was gonna say, when are you gonna switch forms? Well, a single target, yes, in AoE stuff barely survives. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I mean, the playstyle is definitely not for everybody, I'll say that much. Like, resummoning animate weapons, it's not for me. That's why I have never played animate weapons before. Like, this is going to be my first time playing it. Let's go to Crush Claws first. Oh, nice. So you see how these things are being summoned? That's essentially how we maintain our flash charges going and everything else. At least in a single target environment. Wow, mapping is very easy because we have increased flash charges. At some point, I was considering using increased flash charges as a way to counter, what do you call it? As a way to counter reduced flash charge map effect. But then I just realized it's not worth running reduced flash charges. So that's one mod you definitely want to avoid. Because you don't want a situation where... You don't want a situation... Bruh. You do not want a situation where you don't have your flasks up, because Progenesis is actually very, very helpful in this build. So we're trying to keep our Progenesis up as much as possible. But I hope that was that helped show like some of the things that you might want to look for in the PoB, and what the things I was talking about in how you have to strip away defenses to get offenses. Because I mean, granted, they did not have as much offense as it looks like on the surface because of fresh meat, but it's like you still see that, oh, they really don't have defenses to get to that level of offense, because like the points I use to get those defenses are what they use to get the offenses. Like they use it to get extra what do you call it? They use it to get, oh, I shouldn't be touching those then. They use it to get extra if my brain works, that'd be nice. This is where my secret group is. Extra jewels for Adorned, and Adorned is a big multiplier, especially with like something like a star Void Forge. That's what I'm trying to think of. Something like a Void Forge is a very big multiplier. Something like even other than Void Forge, to be honest, it's just a big multiplier in and of itself, because if you have a good enough roll, then it's like you just have free jewels. You know, you just have extra flat damage, and you scale flat damage with chains of command, you will get good damage back. But you need to have the skill tree points to travel to then get all those jewel sockets, which typically means you have to have at least like 3 cluster jewels and or voices, and you have to still path within the tree to get even more. And with all that pathing, you're not exactly picking up many defensive clusters. Whereas with my tree, you're looking at something like this area that gives you a lot of armor for PDR. You're looking at endurance charges. Something is killing me. I don't know what it is. I don't know what the dot is. Maybe some ground effect. I don't know. But yeah, looking at like, this is giving me a lot of armor. This is giving me like, you don't have the space to have like the unique jewels that would improve your defenses. So this Watcher's Eye I have, you can't use it because you need every single bit of like magic ghastly eye jewels to make it worth running an Adorned. So like Blood Notch, can't use it. Immutable Force, you know, stuns could be an issue. Still using points to get to Leech, using this for comfort with mana. All of these take points that I would have to use to instead spend on getting those nodes, if that makes sense. So at the end of the day, it's just a trade-off, really. What are you willing to trade off for offenses? If you want more offenses, then you can peel off some of the defensive layers I have put in, and that of course is a very valid way of making the build, because it's just a guide. You know, it's a guide there, it's a skeleton, it's a framework, if you will. You can follow it exactly and you'll find success. But if you want to adjust it to your playset, then that's even better. I need to pick about how he does damage with Paradoxia and if that could be transient since I'm stuck at Poison Cap. Yep. You cannot do more damage than Poison Cap. Is there anything here that's good? Heartbreaker? No. Singularity. There's a Bitter Dream in here. But yeah, there's nothing here. Which one? What here is the highest rarity? If I had to say, maybe Bitter Dream. Because I don't think I see that drop often. Probably drop more bronze liths or whatever, however it's pronounced, than that. No, I forgot the harvest. I was just thinking to myself, oh, how have I only dropped this amount of harvest in or juice in 2 maps? And I was like, it was the moment I clicked, like, you know, I was like, ah, fuck me. Well, we just wasted scare ups, that's for sure. Let me get some water real quick. I don't think I'm gonna die. Hopefully I don't. If I do, it's whatever. But I should be fine. Okay, I will die if I just left. If I leave it to degen. All right. Where were we? This is why I like pathing in toxic sewers in a way where I end up at the harvest. That way, I know that, you know, I'm not gonna miss it. So I'm gonna try to do that here. When I run into the harvest, I'm going to basically change my pathing to accommodate for it. But hopefully it's already at the other end and I can just run through my map and not forget it. What else did I drop? Oh, nice. There it is. Cannot forget the harvests. Come back for the harvest. Yeah, it's a shame I missed that map. Big shame. I'm just going to assume that map was unlucky. It only had 3 plots, and those 3 plots only had like only yellow and maybe purple. In reality, probably didn't. But I need to cope somehow. I'm just trying to think of another way. Another funny minion build which can scale heights here without playing Zoomaster again. Got it extreme high budget multiple times a night. It's getting a bit old. I feel you. I had the exact same, I guess, moments for a large part of my season. Thank you very much. Oh fuck! I forgot a Scarab. Magic pack size. I forgot that one. I should be going magic pack size. Okay, so we're going to remove. We're going to remove which one? Corruption, not corruption. You're going to leave corruption and keep and remove the escalating. I don't remove corruption because then I have to switch my map tabs. You know, it's probably not a bad idea to have corruption to remove corruption. So my other map devices have maps to actually run that are not 8 mods. But yeah, I feel you. I had the exact same thing where for a good chunk of my, I guess, season or for like the past few weeks, I had been POBing many different kinds of builds and just trying to see what has potential. And this animate weapon, I didn't even expect to, ouch. I didn't expect to make an animate weapon build, I was just like, I was actually at work when I thought about the idea. I was just like, you know what? Why don't I just play around with Vow animate weapon, because I mean, it has good base damage compared to regular animate weapons, and I remembered it carried me during the campaign of this character, so I'm just like, there's probably an idea there, and I just played around it, and literally within an afternoon I had a POB that looked very promising. I had accepted, and from the start I had accepted the fact that it was going to be an expensive build because it needed the power charge enchant. So I was like, you know what, I'm just going to take the gloves off for budget and just say fuck it. And that's how we came up with that one. For example, I'm never gonna play a build without AG. Lol. Is this because of explode? Or why do you not want a build without AG? Because there's also Spectre Rate Lord builds that are pretty nice. So I'm gonna take off corruption, I think. By taking off corruption, I'm going to clear this. I think that's all. How many maps do we have? 7. So this is an extra. So now we just have to do this, and I need to remember to switch back the affinities. But anyways, Scarabs, magic, pack size, monstrous lineage. Nah, I just need 7. Bruh, you had one job. Okay, cool. That's actually how you min-max harvest. I just remembered it there. I feel so naked without AG taking my hits. What do you mean? This build is fun and yeah, can scale crazies, but it's more about having AG as a tank around with that draws threats. A lot of other minions are better at drawing threat than AG, unless you're like going a very specific taunt build for your AG. A lot of the minions are better. For example, if you throw in a zombies with just hulking corpses, you probably have better threat generation than with AG. And in case you're wondering what hulking corpses is, it's this guy right here. PoE wiki. This guy right here, hulking corpses. Zombies have 5% chance to taunt on hits. Like, that's, you could even have literally specters. Like, specters also have this. That is exactly Jinxed Juju. This one is 10% of damage from hits is taken from your specter's life before you. So they just take the damage for you. So it's like there are other minions that are probably drawing more threats than an AG is. Only thing AG has going for it is it typically has a meat shield on it, and with meat shield, that gives you a 25% chance to taunt, so 20% rather. And because it's defensive, it's typically more around you than others. But you could always just put this. You could also have someone else with this too, so you know it's kind of mixed or up in the air. But yeah, I want to say the AG is the biggest thing you have for drawing aggro. I'll tell you that's most likely if you have minion taunts, then it's probably your DPS attack minions that would do, because they will probably attack or hit the enemy more than your AG, and your AG sticks around to you. So if in the case of like a pinnacle boss, if they taunt it, if your regular minions taunt it and they're aggressive, then they're going to target the minions. Whereas if your AG taunts it and you move around, your AG is going to move around with you more so than those guys, because he has defensive or meat shield. And what's going to happen is if they're taunted to him, it's still going to be shot in your general direction, which, you know, you might not want. So give me a second, I need to pee and I'll be right back. I'm back. Where were we? We have 2 maps to go, then we get to crafting. Or should we just get to crafting? Let me see what my juice storage looks like. 14k 3. We need more of these. I don't remember why we use this. Mostly blue that we use, but let's go get some more. That reminds me, I should probably just block purple a bit more than I currently do. But I still wanted to show up. Okay, so we see harvest there, which means we can take this route and we should end up where harvest is. That is kind of the idea by doing this route. Man, it doesn't, I don't want to take minus PDR in harvests. It can get very spicy with them, especially when you start dealing with devourers. But since PDR is already gone, I should be free to click anything from here on out. Did I give them any res that affects me? I think I gave them chaos res, which not ideal, but not the end of the world either. And then we just end up on our harvest plot like we planned, and we're good to go. What is this? What is slowing me? Jesus Christ. What was that slow? It's not desecrated ground, that's for sure. I guess I was just maimed or something.
This way, exile.
We need to get him to a big, nice open area. There we go. We're out of swords? Yeah. Okay, now we have swords again. We have blue, thankfully, so we still get good blue juice in this map. So I know today we're going to spend a whole bunch of blue juice, and probably yellow, to be honest. But on the bright side, we really don't have to mess around with. I think this is already almost a divine in, like, it's over half a divine in yellow juice. It is disgustingly expensive, like, geez. Like when I had to buy yellow juice yesterday, killed me a little inside. Jeez. What is the worst part about the craft process we're about to undertake? If I had to say, how much is cornucopia map investments? Cornucopia is actually now expensive. I think it was a divine for 5 Dublins or something like that. And cornucopia was about half a divine each or something like that. No, it was 10 divines for 20. Yeah, half a divine each, give or take. So it's less, and you of course get more of the other juices back. So like in my case, I'm stocking up for my craft, so it's gonna be worth it, or it's that's the main reason for it. But cornucopia is actually surprisingly expensive. But at least you're basically guaranteed or almost guaranteed a T4 yellow mob, and that also, so that means at the very least you're going to have a good haul. You're gonna have at a minimum like a few thousand, what do you call it, juice of yellow. Not nearly as much yellow juice as you would, you know, be able to, yikes, not nearly as much yellow juice as you'd be able to farm with Awakening, but I think with the amount of overall juice you get, you still make a very nice profit. Awakenings are just fucking expensive. Like, yo, Awakening Scarab right now costs almost 2 divine. It's about 1.9 when we checked. 1.9 divine for one map of Scarabs. Like at that point, you might as well just buy one and start using the Scarab that prevents other Scarabs from being eaten. It's like, that's disgusting. But I think that Scarab is also pretty expensive, so. But honestly, it might be cheaper to use that Scarab because it might be a 2 divine Scarab. And if it's a 2 divine Scarab and the rest of your Scarabs are like over 2 divines, then, you know. It's clearly a good investment if you don't need the 5th spot. But I have to see what the price of that Scarab is, because I know that that is the rarest Scarab in the game, if I remember correctly. That single Scarab, the one that prevents others from being eaten, is the single rarest Scarab. Have I seen the? I don't think I've seen the Sacred Grove, right? No, I haven't. I don't believe I have. Maybe I have. Or maybe I just forgot to choose harvest on the thing. Nope, I have. And I just didn't get yellow here. Isn't that fun? God damn. Look at these things attacking at the speed of light. Did I give you all frenzy charges or something? The hell? I don't think I give you frenzy charges. Like, geez, they didn't come to play. Yeah, it's this mod here that's just it's being whatever. Yeah, at least we get 2 T4s. It could easily be worse. This guy. Oh. We get to pad up our purple numbers then. I like it. Woo! That would have killed me. What the hell? My guy, why are you teleporting? Okay, cool. Blue is what I'm gonna use the most. Oh, what up, Quest? It's been a while. How you doing? Yeah, I'm having a swell time. Just farming, about to do some crafting, and probably gonna lose all my money in the crafting, but oh well, it is what it is. So we're at 46 divines. What else did we want to liquidate before we went ahead and did this? We have power runes giving us 8. We have time runes giving us like 7, something like that. Do we want to liquidate them first? Would you do cornucopia in T17s? If you're asking, is it good money? Yes, it's good money. Would I prefer to do Awakening Scarabs in T17? Yes, I would. So if I was doing T17s, I would probably prefer to do Awakening Scarabs. But if I didn't want to invest into Awakening Scarabs and actually roll like pack size and stuff, I would just go cornucopia. Way safer. Doing okay, just being messy myself, like always. Glad to hear you're doing well, and I'm also glad you're doing well. Have you messed around with PoE since the last time? I think you were doing RF. Do you still hop on here and there? Because I still see you on Steam. What do I want to do? Let's craft. I think we just craft. I kind of don't want to liquidate this because if I get lucky and I get the weapon I want, then I want to have this. So this is going to be saved for if we absolutely need to liquidate. 50 divine should be enough to try to get the results, what, twice? We already have one. We already have wed and more attack damage, and we need what? We need wed. No, we need wed. So I need to put this wed, this thing. I need to combine it with on a rune dagger base. Not much, sadly, but yeah, I might revisit at some point. Motivation is jumping on multiple projects / ideas lately, so I tend to not stay on much for a long time. Well, so long as you're having fun, that's what that matters, really. Like, every few days, every few months, like, all that matters is you're having fun, you know? So we're going to go to poe.co, and then we're going to find an elder base for a rune dagger. I also need to open Craft of Exile just to be safe, because I forget. Imperial Skin is obviously the rune dagger of choice, but there could be other bases. I guess I should come here. Imperial Skin is 1.5. Probably 1.5s. Is Skin the only 1.5? I guess it is. Elder, Influence, Imperial, Skin. If you're expensive, I'm just gonna say fuck it. It's like 35. Like, why? They're like double the price of the other ones I've been using. Doesn't matter. I mean, it's still 30 something, so like it's not the end of the world. How's the build going? My current build is basically done, and it's going fantastic. Like, it's for what it's meant to do, what I designed it to do. It's doing a beautiful job at it, and I'm having loads of fun on it. I am working on an item for my next build, a very expensive 12 link weapon. So that is kind of what we want to craft now and go from there pretty much. That build in theory should have even more damage than this guy and even potentially more defenses, I think. Yeah, I think that one should have higher max hits than this guy, but this one should have more sustain, but that one also has block. So you know, he has that going for it, which is nice. Yeah, we kind of have a shell of it, if you can even call this that, but we had a better version of this. You know, it was even better than this. But yeah, we are going to be working on that. It looks like that's not person not going to reply. So, resource not found. Thank you. All right, so where were we in yesterday's craft? We were in the process of... We need wood. Basically, let me look at what this and let me write down on a notepad what I need. So, with the current... I'm just going to put goal here. The goal I need is... I need wood. I need crit strikes. And I need crit damage. These are the 3 modifiers I need. So I need to create a base that has that. We have wood. We can get crit damage. Put them together. Then how do I get crit strikes on it? I'm going to have it to create a second base that has crit damage and crit strikes and recombine those two. That's what we need to do. So first things first, let's just buy... How many Awakener orbs? Knowing my luck, I should just buy all of them. But I'm gonna buy... I want to say 3 is the best price. No, 4 is the best bang for my buck. Then I can do something like 23. 22. Do I need 4? I need this one. I need the other one. I need this one. Then the other one I'm going to recombine with this one. So I need at a minimum 2. I'm going to do 2 for 11. And if I need more, I will get more. Simple as that. But yeah, this one has... This one I need to get crit damage on it. So reforge crits. Before we even do anything in stash, let's refresh our stash so we see exactly where our life went wrong. Like exactly where shit went wrong, you know, where the dip started happening. Let's just... So we look for level 20 crits. The goal here is level 20 crits. There is no elder mods, which is beautiful. So now no other shaper mods, right? Correct. So we're gonna do this on this. God damn, Campbell rune dagger on regular dagger, eh? Okay. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna buy a poignard that's gonna get this. Then this guy is going to go with... This guy is going to go with the crit damage, crit strikes. This guy's going to go with crit strikes, and they're going to recombine them and hope we land on skin. But this guy... No, it's actually important that Wed is on a rune dagger. And the reason it's important is with that combination, we have a much better chance of keeping the... With that combination, we have a much better chance of keeping the base alive through our Awakener Orb. So, what do we do? Because if I try to recombine this, if I try to Awakener Orb this, and I fail, which I probably will, then I would have to, what's the name of that thing? Recombine it with an Elder Shaper that has also failed to then get early damage with attacks
and crit damage. So how about we leave it for now? And we see how bad it is getting a rune dagger. See how bad it is getting a rune dagger with Shaper influence. Has Shaper influence. By the way, what is your eye level? 86. Okay. 83 minimum. Need to go here. Same thing. 83 minimum. Rune dagger. That's fine. Shaper influence rune daggers are cheap. Good to know. Oh wait, what? Who invited me is the Armo guy. I'll go buy it. Thank you. Invite, please. This is Sao Paulo. I think it's honestly decent. Thank you. All right. We kind of have two bases to work with. But the goal here is 20 elemental. I don't want more attack because I kind of already have more attack on the final base. So, yes, wish me luck. Hopefully we don't have to click this too many times. Oh, beautiful. Okay, cool. Early damage it attacks and crit damage. Just our luck. We get the one rune dagger that has all. It just said, give me all the freaking attack mods, all of them. We're alive. Okay. That was a suffix. It's gone. God damn it. So this guy. This is still kind of fine. If we can isolate the crits. That was... Yes. Okay, cool. This is fine. We're going to recombine this with the product of, just so I don't have to roll it again, the product of this and a non-rune dagger, a different dagger.
We're going to get a different dagger, not you. A regular dagger this time. So, you know, we already have a poignard in here. So we just need to have Elder Influence and be eye level 83. Dagger. A gutting knife is fine. I need to roll crits, combining with this. Try to clean it up. Try to clean it up, and then if I fail, I can then recombine those two to get the mod I need. Thank you. So then this guy takes the crits. Level 20 crits, please. There. Any elder? There is only the one. Beautiful. Okay. Then the same thing goes here. We go crits on the poignard base. This one actually worked. Oh shit. Okay. GG. This is a hard one and it's chill. Attack more. Bruh. Can remove dexterity, it can remove mana. Please work, you're 50-50, my G. Cool. So we have early wed, we have wed and we have crits. So we need to make, I guess, a rune dagger. It doesn't really matter too much, but ideally a rune dagger that has crit strikes and then an elder one that has crit damage, and now we can now orb them together. So we need to buy an elder wand. This still has crit damage, so we can potentially still recombine crit strikes and crit damage. So we buy a rune dagger here. A rune dagger, elder influence. Ten, 15, 35, there we go. All right. Thank you. Good luck. Leave. And so crits for both of them. Crits all around. You need critical strikes. Level 20 critical strikes. Come on. Yeah. Kind of. I need to buy divine annulment 50. 1. In any case, we need to have this in there. So we're trying to hit spell cascade. Not like that. Gold pen, not only that. Wait a second. Yeah, this is fine. So we need level 20 crit damage here.
Perfect. They're both rune daggers. So we destroy the Ezomite into the... Two for 11, take it. Ezomite into Skein. Beautiful. That's fine. Now we just do suffixes cannot be changed. Scour. So we have crit strikes, crit damage, and Ellie and Wed crit damage. So the goal here is to fill up suffixes of 6 suffixes. So this guy will can have 1 suffix, 1 prefix, and the other one will can have, and then 2 prefixes. Yeah, makes sense. Can have 1 suffix, so we'll go with cast speed. 1 prefix, so we go with chaos. This one goes can have, and then he gets 2 prefixes because he can't even take a suffix. And then we go poison and gain. Yeah. So 3 suffixes, 3 suffixes. Okay. First recombination. With this base, we should be able to recombine with the main one and see if we basically fix.
You've got a bit of treasure to fetch.
Why? Okay. I didn't think that was going to be a problem, but apparently it is. So we have to stick with Poinard. So the good thing is Wed is already here. We might have to shift the entire thing to Imperial Skin at some point. But yeah, we'll just make a set with Poinard, pretty much. That means this goes here. All right, in that case, we need to make a different Poinard. This one is Shaper Influence. I think this guy already has Elder, right? Yeah, Shaper Influence. And it has to be base dagger. And level 83. So what we're going to do here is I think the Shaper one can be the Poinards. That is unfortunate that we wasted an Awakening Orb then. We'll see. It means even if we got to the final step, we can't recombine it with this, so... but I'm happy that it's the one that has Wed already, so we don't have to re-roll it. So I guess... No, the one that I rolled lost its Wed. This doesn't move this fast in Maven's fight, does it? Or did I just never notice? Looks like it's moving faster here. Thank you. Then Elder can just be anything, so long as it meets the requirements I said earlier, which is So this base is going to be crits and crit strikes, crit damage. So this is going for crits. This is going for crits. The Elder is going for damage. So both crits. Just going to basically reroll the scheme. Thank you. Thank you. So this goes with crits. Level 20 crit strikes. Come on, 20 crit strikes. Need it. That's an 18. 18 again. Bruh. Melee splash. Wed. No, it's a level 18 wed, never mind. 40% more. But it has 2 shapers, so if I get a shaper, if I get the other, oh. This is just encouraging me to keep trying with shaper. I don't want to. No, I don't want to keep it. This is like the best argument for most gamblers stop before they hit big. Even though that's not really hitting big. Crit damage, please. And thank you. Can I get the AoE? Oh, beautiful. My luck today is, I'm not gonna jinx it, so I'm just gonna shut the fuck up. Poignard. Damage into Poignard. So crit damage. We have attack. If we can hit the fire, and if we can hit the fire res, we're golden. Oh! Oh, okay. Alright. Actually we're not home safe yet. We need suffixes cannot be changed. What we can do is cannot roll attack mods. So we can get rid of the fire damage. No, the mana. Exactly like so. Then we can do suffixes cannot be changed. And then we can scour it. So we were home free. Alright. So, same thing. We have can have up to and 2 prefixes. Poison, gain, both chosen modifiers. This is early wed, crits. Okay, cool. How are the defenses for this ultimate build? Which one? The one I'm making? It has very strong defenses, but I didn't make it for hardcore specifically. Can it work in hardcore? It probably can, but it's an expensive build. No, no, no. Crit damage left? That sucks. How do I get the second one now? If I get a single base that has crit damage, if I get crit damage on the base, right? And I fill up the suffixes and get 4 prefixes, can have up to prefix suffix. The next one, if I do can have up to suffix suffix prefix, then there'd be 3 prefixes. I need 1 more prefix. So I will need to get wed on that one. I will need to get wed on that one. Let me see what the chances are, I guess. Where is this document again? Where is the table? It's here. If I have 3 mods, there's a 39% chance I get only 1 mod. And if I get 1 mod and it's a crafted mod, I'm fucked. 52% chance I get 2 mods, which 2 mods would be guaranteed. 3 mods would be guaranteed as well. So 62% chance of success if I get 3 mods. But if I go for 4 mods, I have a... Can you imagine? I got an 11... It was an 11% chance, I believe, in this previous step. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah. It was an 11% chance I get 1 mod and I got 1 mod. Like, bruh. No. It was the suffixes that failed. The suffixes were 6, so it was a 20-something% chance. So it's okay, so 28% chance. Froggy, that is the ultimate question that I would like to know myself. I do not know. So I'm going to need to get I'm ideally wed and crit damage. And then recombine it here. Hey, what do I have to lose? The priority here is to not lose wed though, because I don't want to reroll for wed. So if I reroll this, if I buy another base and I reroll this to crit damage and then I want to crit to wed. What if I just leave it at crit damage, like isolated crit damage? Then I suffix, and then prefix. So that's 3 suffixes, 1 prefix. Here would be 1 suffix, 1 prefix. So then we'd have 6 suffixes and 3 prefixes. And again, with 3 mods, it's a 39% chance that we roll a 50-50. Or something like that, you know. So 39% chance we get 1 mod. With 1 mod, it becomes 33% chance I get the mod I want. Whereas, if I just pushed for a 4th mod, i.e. wed, that chance drops all the way to like 11% chance for that 50-50. I mean, the worst that would happen is I'll lose wed, and then I still have to create a base that has crit damage and whatever. And I still need to get a base that has Shaper Elder, so I might as well have wed on it.
Engineer.
Right? This is a skin, this is a cutting knife, but this has more attack damage. I don't want to get rid of that. I need wed on something. Okay, we'll just start off with buying a Shaper base first and foremost, and then going from there. Either way, we need a Shaper base, right? So you're not in King's March. But yeah, Benjamin, I hope you're still here when I answered the question. I assume you were. I hope I didn't take too long or not see it for a long amount of time because I actually didn't see when he came in. I was too focused on the craft. All right. Lol. We're going to try just going for wed. If it takes 2... I'm stunned. I'm actually stunned. The game just stun locked me. What the fuck? Okay. Okay. We're not gonna question it. We're gonna keep going. Today's our day. Clearly. The force is with us. Crit damage. Is there another Elder mod in here? No. Okay, cool. So we're going to... How many divines do I have? 7. Yikes, I'm already out of divines. That's just how expensive the freaking Awakener orbs are. They're just so bloody expensive. Alright. Let's sell our time runes. How many do I have? I have 12, right?
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, for 6 divines, okay. Well, 10 for 6 divines, okay. Even better. Then... What else was it I said I was gonna sell? Oh yeah, I just said I was gonna use my Chaos Orbs. I always forget I have those Chaos Orbs. I'm kind of happy I forget. I want 10 divines from them. Okay, cool. Now we spend the 10 divines for Awakener Orbs. 2 for 11. Then crit damage into wed. It just had to get... I mean, to be fair, if I can get even... What I need to get rid of that physical damage. Please work. Oh, we're alive? Physical damage needs to go. I could isolate wed and try to get rid of that. Suffixes cannot be changed. It's a 50-50 ball. It was a 33% chance I lose what I want and 66 I don't. Really? It is what it is. So we have crit damage. Okay, cool. We have this guy that has crit damage. So we can put this guy, we can make this guy wed. Right? This is skin. Yeah. I'll just go ahead. F it. Attack mod. Cool. Can have prefix. Prefix. And then you, I believe, already have can have. So suffixes are full. So same thing here. Suffix, prefix, I believe. Please work.
Forget, you've got a bit of treasure to fetch.
Suffixes are full. We just need wed, crit damage. So if we can hit any of the crafted suffixes, life is good. Of course, we're not gonna hit the three crafted suffixes. No, 1, 2. Yeah, the 3 crafted suffixes. No, we hit the 2 crafted prefixes instead. And of course, even though we hit that one, we still miss out on a how many percent chance? A 62% chance of just not breaking it. Because why not? Now we need to get wed on here. Which means we need wed and crit damage, so fun. Very fun.
Think it through.
Very fun. This is the most fun I've had in years. Jeez. Whatever. Let's do it. Again, that 10 divines. Okay, so let's get Shaper Elder bases. We need Shaper Elder bases. So Shaper first and foremost. We need 2 of each. Because knowing my luck, I'm gonna need 2 of them. Oh, I like the smoke. I really like the smoke. Thank you. These are the 2 Shaper bases. Okay, off to Elder bases. You know what? You posted this literally 15 minutes ago and you're already not replying. 10. Thank you. Second, I just need a second Elder base. No second Elder base. Someone's bound to accept, right? I was like, yo, why are you not taking me where I need to go? Thank you. All right. So first things first. 20 elemental. needs to be wed. Like no other base, no other mod is required. And then you need crits. Level 20 crits. Divines, blue juice. 9975 for one divine. I guess it should be 19,450, 19,450 rather, or 2. Yeah, close enough. Okay, crit damage. Yeah. No elder, so we're chilling. Please give me luck. I just need to put this crits on wed. We have attack mods all around, so we just have to YOLO eat it, please. Of course. Of course. Because why not? Of course. Beautiful. Okay. Like I said, I already knew I was going to need to. Next set. We're down to 3 divines. If we don't get it here, then we combine these two to get wed and crit, and then we combine them with this, hopefully get what we want and keep going from there. So yeah, wed 20 elemental. I should probably just be doing this on a rune dagger base, to be honest. Like, ignore all the bases I already have, just go straight to rune dagger. Like, if I don't get something decent, I'm actually gonna do that for the next time, if there is a next time. Hopefully there isn't. Hopefully there isn't. You wanna buy toxic sewers? We're just going to put all the bases in here in the same way I had them. All right. 1 second. In any case, toxic sewers, right? You must blast a lot of maps. How many maps you need? All right, 50 maps. Do I even have up to 50 anymore? Yeah, I think I still do. Exactly 50. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. 25 for 2 div, I believe. So 4 div. But yeah, now I'm out of this person's rejects. Well, maybe not out. Probably still have some in the other tabs, but great. Wait. Oh, 2 divines, 150C, right? 2 divines is 250, so yes, okay, that's correct. 4 divines. Thank you. Where's the person I told 1 second? How many you need? Yeah. I used 125, see my calculation. 5 divines. What am I even charging for random 8 mod maps? 4C. So 125 times 5. That's 625 divided by 4. That's 156. So that's about 2 inventories and then 36. All right, fair. Yep. And I have so many random maps that like share is easy. One inventory done. Three divine, so there's 2 left, I think. Let me know when you're ready. Still has an inventory of, I believe it's 36. He's fully paid up. So we need 36 in here. This is 10, 20, 30, so 6 more. $120 plus 36 is $156. Correct. I'm just cross-checking my math in my head. Thank you. Back to crafting mode. Hey, we just got a financial injection, so I'll take it. I will take it. So where were we? We needed to get, I think we had 2 bases, right? 2 failed bases, I think. Yeah, I was trying to get this wed on this guy. No, I was trying to get wed on this guy. Then I was going to awaken our orbit with this guy. Why am I doing this? I have this guy who has crits. If I can get wed on this guy specifically, then I can recombine them together. Assuming I have the divines, yes. I can recombine them together for crit damage and wed to then go with this guy. That is what I should be doing here. Thank you for the subscription. Don't see your name, but I appreciate you. Yeah, that's what I should do. So 20 elemental. So it should be this guy that's in there. So to get wet on this guy might be quite the chore. Let's hope it doesn't take too long. Anytime now. Lol, I hovered away from it, and he has crits. Isn't that wild? But yeah. Damn it. Okay. Don't fail me now. Of course. Of freaking course. It just needed to hit anything that was not wet. Come on. Any moment now. I do think I was lucky to get wed as soon as I did last time. So that was nice. Hopefully I get it again before too long. Come on. We just need to hit wed. Just wed. Just do it. Come on. You can do it. I believe in you. I believe. I just had to jinx myself, didn't I? Didn't I? Wouldn't have been satisfied if I didn't, huh? I do feel like I'm gonna hit it soon, so gonna slow down a bit. I'm having spikes, which is probably not helping. And I'm clicking. Yo, if I never click another alteration orb, it'll be way too soon. It'll be way too bloody soon. I mean, I think I've clicked over what 7,000 alteration orbs since yesterday, like cumulatively. So yeah. Let's just say clicking alt orbs is it's something I'm looking forward to not doing for a hot minute. Like I was already averse to it, but like god damn. Now I'm not gonna want to even see them. I don't think I've ever clicked alt orbs to this level on any item in the past. Like in the craft of any single item in the past. Even back when I was like crafting +2 amulets and yada yadas, like. How am I still clicking though? Like how? Nah, this is wild. This one is wild. I don't know how I haven't rolled wed in Lord knows how long, but like I need to hit it soon, please. Please. You can't keep making me do this. Naji. I'm still going. I haven't even overwritten it yet or anything. It just hasn't shown up. Like, I get it. It's Elder Shaper. But, like, Jesus Christ. Nah, it is ridiculous. There's only so many prefixes it can roll. Come on! Low-key, that scared me. I don't know why. Kobe, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. How you doing? Finally. Jeez. Please. Nice. Okay. Cool. So we just need to use this. What up? Do you are you are you a PoE player? I'm gonna use suffixes. Prefixes cannot be changed. Scour until I remove attack speed. Hopefully it's on the first try. It's a 50-50. Please don't do me like other 50-50s. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. Where is the other crit damage one? You crit damage. So all I need to do now is can have. I need 4 prefixes and 4 suffixes. So if I go for this one has a prefix. So I just need if I do 2 prefixes here, that gives me three prefixes total and 1 suffix. Then the next one is can have, so that's already 5 suffixes. No, it's can have, so 1, 2, it's 3 suffixes so far. And yeah, 1, 1. Okay, so this is 2 prefixes. This is 2 prefixes, then it has 1, 1. Only started playing PoE this season, still don't know what's going on. I mean, we all started somewhere. How you enjoying it? That is what's important. You need 2 prefixes. So we fill up prefixes. So poison and game. So this is full on sub prefixes. So that's 4 mods so far. Then we need 2 suffixes here. So actually, no, we need 1 more prefix. 1 prefix takes the prefixes to 4. 1 suffix takes the suffixes to 1 from here, 2 from here, so 3. So 1, 1, yes. So 1 more will give me 4 suffixes. And then 4 prefixes. Okay, can have Minion as a prefix. Yeah. And then for the suffix, we just go endurance charge or something. Suffix. Okay, cool. So 3 suffixes, 1 suffix, so that's 4. And then 3 prefixes, 1 prefix, so that's 4. 93 EA Ballista Champion. Oh, you following Zizaran's build?
There's a whole load of baubles ready to be looted.
No fucking way I did it again. Now I remember why. It's a freaking Imperial skin. I forgot. The skin needs to stop deceiving me. It's not there. It doesn't exist to me right now, at least. So, back to Wed Hell. Waste of divines, to be honest. Come on. I'm tired of rolling. Like, can I just not roll anymore? Please? Pretty please. Like it all just comes back to alt rolling. And it is so bad. Okay, cool. Then this guy just needs to get crits. Converted to chaos probably needs to go. Yes, it does. Dots with poison, right? Oh wow, 3 elders. Okay, good. We have increased crits as the only elder here. And then early damage as the only shaper. So we get to do this and this. Now we have fire res and mana. I just need to hit a suffix that is not crits. Please, it's a 50-50. Please don't fail me now. Why did you do this to me? Why? Oh well. Of course. Of freaking course. 20 increased crits. Critical damage. So, Kobe, if you're still here and you want an explanation as to what we are doing, we're trying to craft an endgame weapon, a very expensive one, and it's a very complex craft, but I just got socketed 40% more, which is interesting. But it's a very complex craft with a lot of RNG involved, and so far we have been very, like I don't think there are enough varies to explain just how unlucky we've gotten. But yeah, we've been getting very unlucky, but we keep pushing. But yeah, the goal here is to make a weapon for my next build, and it's going to be more of an end game weapon, like a very end game, not cheap, because I think so far I spent like 250, almost 300 divines on this thing, just because I've been unlucky. In theory I should have been able to just spend less than. Let's test the thing. Okay, good, it's working. In theory I should have been able to spend less than 100 divines on this thing. Shouldn't have been this bad, but it's been bad. It's been very bad. So yeah, that is the nature of RNG. Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you miss a 50-50 88 times. I'm not even joking, I missed like a 50-50 8 times in a row yesterday. It was an eye-opening moment for me. Is there one to buy? There might be, but it'd be like very expensive. Like to buy it, you'd probably have to spend, I don't know, 400, maybe slightly less. Actually, it could honestly be like 200 divines to buy. Actually, no, it's probably around 500 divines, something like that. But yeah, to buy the one I want, it's like 500 divines. So I could check. When I make it, I'll price check it and see. Come on. Give me crits. Give me level 20 crit. That's all I want. I could just reforge crit until I get it and try to scour it. I think I'm kind of... That was just dumb of me. I can actually get... Didn't I copy this? Bruh. When I'm going to use, I'm going to remove this. 20 increased crits. Because I can use increased strikes to get wed on that one. So it really doesn't matter. I should have, you know, because I just saw a 20 increased critical strikes pass my eyes, and I'm like, couldn't I use that? So a part of it is, you know, I'm my own worst enemy when I forget some simple things like that. Always check PoE trade first. Yeah, I could check it, but I know it's a very expensive weapon, and I know I don't have the money to buy it. But I do have the money to craft it because I have like I'm already halfway through a craft. Because like I said, in theory, it can cost you less than 100 divines. In theory. This is theory, of course. Theory doesn't always hold up. So we have early damage with attacks. Anago suffixes cannot be changed to remove the other one because it's an attack mod. So suffixes. Please don't fail me. Please. Of course you do. Of course you do again. That was a 50-50 I just missed twice. Sadly. I want divines and I would like 5 of them. 10. Can't afford 10. Oh, I'm broke. I'm broke. 6 divines, please. Can't afford for you. Okay, cool. Now I just need can have up to, and same thing I did last time, which is 1 suffix, 1 prefix, right? Yeah. Which suffix is here? Spell damage. So we just do cast speed. And then 1 prefix. For the prefix, we already have poison here, so we just go gain. Okay, we can recombine. And once we recombine, hopefully everything else from this point on is just recombinations. So wed, crits, 3 suffixes there, 1 prefix, 3 suffixes there. No, 1 suffix here, 3 prefixes. Cool. We need wed, crits. Beautiful. That's beautiful. All right. 1 done. Now we recombine these 2 to get wed, crit strikes, and crit damage. How do we do it? This has can have. So I need to fill up my suffixes of 1 suffix, 1 prefix. And then this one will have can have and then 2 prefixes. So total, I would have 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 prefixes, yes. So and then for the prefixes, we just go poison and gain. And then for this one, we need 1 suffix, 1 prefix. So for the prefix, we go support gems because I'm confident I will get it. And does this one have? I'm gonna go with minion attack cast speed, I guess. So we have 6 suffixes total and 4 prefixes, which means we have a good chance of getting the exact base I want. So fingers crossed.
Runners have brought back some interesting things.
So the perfect item here is Wed, which is elemental damage with attacks, increase crit and increase damage. Increase crit damage. Yes. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. We're home free. Ish. So we have Wed, we have crit damage, we have crit strikes, then we have the big weapon, which is more attack, faster, and crit damage. So I just need can have up to on both of them, which should cost me 4-ish divines. So we need to buy 4 divines. Can I afford 4 divines is the question. I'm out of chaoses. I'm actually out of chaoses. Okay, let's sell our Valdos. Let's actually just fast sell it. I have, I think, 5. Why is it showing 1 to 1? Should be at least 7. 8 was the one that was taking its time to sell, so I'm gonna put 7. Okay, cool. So we should do the same thing on both of them, I think. It just can have up to 2 prefixes, can have up to 2 prefixes, and pray. Now we pray that it hits. So both are going 2 prefixes, so we're gonna go and then the next one is going to have Minion and Elemental, I guess. Oh, please. We need this.
The runners have brought back some interesting things.
Here goes nothing. More word. Nice. We just need 3 prefixes here. We got it! We did it! Finally! Oh my lord! Yes! Fucking yes! Holy shit! Holy. Oh, this was a bitch and a half to craft.
Come on, Ayla. Think it through.
God damn. No, let's not screenshot it just yet. Let's craft the final piece of the item. Thank you. Thank you. Jeez. We got so unlucky. But finally we have it. +2 level of socketed. We fucking have it. Oh. We had no business being that unlucky. Jesus Christ. Ooh. We finally have it. Crit strikes. We have more attack damage, early damage with attacks, +2 level of socketed support, increased crits, faster attacks, and crit damage. The 12 link is done. How much did it cost me? Oh, by the way, I said I was gonna price check this, so let's price check it. Dagger, not poignard. This, not this. But let's do this. Okay. In that case, let's open trade. Let's do more attack, early damage attacks. Socketed, crits, strikes, socketed, crits, damage. I think this is correct. Okay, yes, it is. Socketed, faster, attacks. These are the 5 links. 20, 20, 20, 20, 20. Jeez, that had no business being as expensive as it was. Okay, so we have this one is 179. We have 180s, 189. So it could have cost me 200 divines total. I spent more than I had to, is what it means. But we got unlucky. We got very unlucky on it. We got insanely unlucky. Like, wow. But yeah, you can get it for like 200 divines, apparently. Good to know. My money was on getting it on less than 100 because that's what I wanted to. And all these people that are selling it for this amount, they are getting it for, you know, less than 100. Well, not all of them because it's RNG, but what build is it for? This weapon, well, those guys, they made it for lightning strike, but this weapon in reality is for my animate weapon. Why I made it is for my animate weapon build. So we're basically making an animate weapon build, and the skill animate weapon is you cast it and it animates the weapon you cast it on to create a minion that lasts a certain amount of time. So let's say 1 minute, right? We use a skill to throw artificial weapons into the ground, lingering blades, and we animate those weapons to fight for us. The reason we needed this dagger is it has a valve version, and I'll try to explain this the concept of the build and why the dagger is so big. So PoE wiki, when you the sword you animate determines the base stats of the weapon, right? Of the minion. So if your weapon has 10 base physical damage, the minion will have 10 base physical damage, and then all the modifiers are applied to the minion. So lingering blades have the same stats or similar stats to a glass shank, which is an item that doesn't have, so like glass shank. It's an item that has very low base damage, and it's the similar damage to this, a white item, so it doesn't have any modifiers like increased attack speed, none of that, just this. So the gem itself makes up for that by having, if it's a lingering blade, it has some extra flat damage added to it, which compensates for that. Because at the end of the day, the skill was designed to have lingering blades, and maybe if you wanted to use actual weapons here and there, you would just adjust your loot filter to accommodate for that. But that's besides the point. Either way, they also have this line here which says, you know, even more added phase damage. So the gem itself, by giving it levels, tries its best to give the minions a decent base damage, because odds are using lingering blades, and lingering blades doesn't have that much in the way of base damage. But this is where this build comes in. This has a valve version that uses unique weapons as a base, and depending on the level of the gem, it determines the unique weapons level range. So from level 20, you can get up to level 100 unique items. So these are attack based unique items. So typically, like if I go in here, you would see all of them. They're typically like fizz, they're like axes, they're claws, no bows, ignore the bows, daggers, maces. It's random uniques. We scale this to level 29, and by that we limit it to level 50 to 100 unique items. Now, on top of this, if I just go into a random unique item and I filter by level, you would see their base damage on average is already way higher than a glass shank. So base damage already is high. So by using this skill, you have a much higher base damage floor than if you were using regular animate weapon. There's a second advantage to Val animate weapons, which is when you cast it, it summons all your max animated weapons at the exact same time. Whereas with regular animate weapon, you have to summon them one at a time. Then, because of all of these are all unique items, so they all have their different effects. So like you can run into like this one that maybe it's giving it its own power charge and it has Calling Strike, or you have this random one that maybe it's poisons with maybe it poisons with its hits. Maybe you run into one that shatters enemies. Maybe you run into one that has insane attack speed because it has an attack speed modifier. Maybe you run into one that has even more flat. It's a unique item, so it has stats on like Lingering Blades. So the idea is we have that unique item as its base, but the reason this does not work typically is whenever you use a Vow skill, there's a lockout period. There's a period where you cannot cast another Vow skill and you cannot gain souls to cast another Vow skill. Now this one, the minions at base last 15 seconds and the lockout period is 40 seconds. So at base, you would have them, the Vow skills up for, the Vow weapons up for 15 seconds. And then you would have the lockout for 40 seconds. So for the next, like they're up for 15 seconds. Then for the next 25 seconds, you can't interact with Vow animate weapons. And if you increase the duration of your Vow animate weapons, it increases this time as well. But daggers, which is why we focus on daggers, daggers have this season only, they have a rune smithing enchant. This is from the season mechanic, but they have an enchant which reduces the lockout period of Vow skills by 100%. 100% reduce soul gain prevention. So long as you're using a dagger or a rune dagger, you can use this rune, this enchant. So with this enchant and the dagger, we then have a situation where we can we cast our Vow skill, we can instantly start gaining souls for it to cast it again, right? Because 100% reduce means it has nothing, so long as you do not add any increased duration to. And if you increase the duration of the skill, then you then gain a Vow skill duration again, and you start scaling from there and all of that. So the build, as it stands, we do scale duration, but because we use that effect, we're able to get to a situation where we have we have 32 seconds of uptime on the Vow skill and 28 seconds of prevention. So that means we have 3 seconds where we still have our swords and we can gain souls. Now this is not a lot of time to gain. It's not a lot of time to gain souls, and we can't gain all that souls unless we're using this flask. This flask, once we pop it, gives us the amount of souls equal to the charges it just spent, and it can go up to like 100 and something. So we have this, and we have this belt, making sure it is always full, even if we're fighting single target or whatever. We have permanent flask uptime with this belt, so this flask is always there. So the moment soul gain prevention is done, this pops, and I have the souls again to recast the skill and rinse and repeat. So now we basically have permanent uptime on that Vow skill, and like I said, because of the nature of unique items, the floor of damage for the items, for the weapons, is so much higher than if you were just casting regular animate weapon. But you can use animate weapons alongside Vow animate weapons to, like in this case, get 49 animated weapons, and the regular animate weapons last like 80 something seconds. So it's honestly very chill for that. You only summon them every minute and a half, give or take, if you wanted to. The Vow animate weapon should have more than enough damage for whatever you need. So that is the core of the build, right? It is the core. Because we're using a dagger, we have two choices. We can either just go a dagger, use like a fear essence to get minion damage and call it a day, because daggers can't really roll good minion stats. So we would basically just have a dead weapon if we did that. So instead of doing that, I opted for going for, why is this level 18? Jeez, I don't know why that's level 18, but it should be level 20. There we go. Anyways, I opted for using a 12 link item, which is an item that has as modifiers socketed gems that are supported by a support gem. So in this case, it's supported by level 20 increased critical strikes support, level 20 faster attacks, level 20 increased critical damage, level 20 elemental damage with attacks, and 40% more attack damage. So that's 5, and then it has +2 level of socketed support gems, which is also technically a link. So 6 links on the weapon itself. So any item, any weapon that is socketed in this item benefits from all those support gems, and minions benefit from all of them. Minions support from benefit from every one of them. Then of course it's an item, so it has 3 gem sockets. In those 3 gem sockets we have enhance and empower, which will get added 2 levels, which then give even more like max weapons, levels, yada, right? But that's not all. We then support it with a squire, and the squire allows the skill gem socketed in your weapon to be supported by the skill gems in the shield. So by having a squire, we then have another 3 sockets we can attach to those 9 sockets we already have, making it a 12 link. So does that make sense? So then it's basically supported by everything on the sword, everything in the sword, and everything in the shield. So we have the 12 links. So this way we do not have a dead weapon just because we're going for that socketed Val skills have reduced soul gain prevention. That is the build, and then everything else supports this. Like we have permanent flasks, so we're going to be zooming pretty quick, which I like. I love actually say I love it. Then this, you can use animate guardian, you can use specters, you can use anything. We convert all their damage to lightning, so they're only doing lightning damage. So, and most of the unique items, they have a base fizz, and so long as they have base fizz, Triad's grip will convert that to lightning, so then we can then use that as an example. So the whole build is centered around this. So the damage number you're seeing is not accurate, and the reason it's not accurate is PoE has no way to calculate those random unique weapons because they're very random. So PoE just uses the lingering blade. So this 21 mil is based off of the same bad base that this one is based off of. But by the time you actually get those random uniques and they have like actual base stats, this would shoot up. So that's kind of the idea here. And of course, because of the way I have it set up, we're very tanky. Without Immortal Call, which our Immortal Call I think is up almost 60% of the time. It has like 2 second downtime. Yeah, 2 second cooldown. It's up for 2.5 seconds, so 55% uptime. So it's up more times than it's not. But even without this, we're up to 25k fizz max hits. We have permanent flasks, and we're only accounting for a single boss. Like, assuming this is a boss, I could go more and have more fizz, but I don't inflate numbers. So there. BRB, I gotta pick up a call. I'll be back in 3 to 5 minutes, give or take. Okay, where were we? I'm back, by the way. So yeah, that is the TLDR. For a bit of extra explanation onto the build itself, we are using Baobala and an empty flask slot, as well as some extra flash charges gained and some more flash charges gained to have permanent uptime on our flasks. We're using we have capped block, which is really nice. We to sustain the cost that animate weapon might have, assuming I decided to go animate weapon, I'm using Eldritch Battery plus Discipline. That should help me sustain the ES cost per second, because with Discipline increases the regen rate, and I think as of when last I checked it, animate weapon was going to cost 154 mana, or with 2 casts is 361. So by regening about where is it? Total base, total recovery. Where is the... This is mana. I should look in here. Recharge rate. Yeah, by recovering 261 per second, I should be able to sustain for at least a bare minimum of a couple swords if I so choose to do this. But at the same time, I don't have to. I could just use Val. Val animate weapon doesn't have a soul cost. It doesn't have a mana cost rather, so it's just free. I get 21 minions and I'm chilling. Because of we are scaling quality, so we got perfect ashes as well as an enhance. We're going to get awaken enhance level 4. This is not corrupted, so this should be on the cheaper side versus trying to get corrupted 5, which you technically can. But anyways, we're getting this enhanced and we're leveling up by 2, so we can get 40% quality, and this gives 30% quality for 70% quality total. And the reason quality is so big is animate weapons quality gives it more max weapons. So by having by having like 90% quality, we're able to get at like 9 weapons on the base skill, and on the Valve version I think we gain just as many weapons, 9. Then levels also do the same thing, but I think at a different ratio. Because if I were to take off Empower, I lose 3 normal animate weapons and 1 Valve animate weapon. So, and Empower also gets that +2 that's on the weapon to instead give us plus, I think this is 5 levels. And this is again this is not corrupted Empower, so it's just a level 4 one. It gives us 5 levels instead of 4. It gives us 6. No, yes, yeah, it gives us. So when I did this, yes, instead of 3 rather, 5 levels instead of 3. Kind of confused me for a second. I was like, wait, what? And yeah, the rest is just minion defense, and then just like a way to sustain damage. Yeah, it gives me +2 levels for the Empower. This is just block, trying to cap my block, more life. You know, that's the TLDR, minion attack speed. I wanted to go for a cluster drill to get you know, a 12-link cluster drill that would have given me everything I wanted in terms of minion attack speed, and I technically can here. The problem I find is I would need to sacrifice stuff I do not want to sacrifice to do this. Like I might have to sacrifice my block or more life or maybe some damage. Like maybe I would have to drop here for it, then I'd have to drop endurance charges and maybe path through here and drop all this, which is life. I kind of don't want to do that. Right now I am in a spot where this POB is almost crit immune. I think it has like reduced 95% reduced damage from crits. So crit modifiers are not a problem. It has an explode chest on AG. So if you don't know what explode looks like, it is huge. It is what this build currently uses. I can show you what it looks like in a quick map. But TLDR, my AG takes credit for every kill around me. So he has a chest piece that gives him He has a chest piece that gives him chance to explode, a percent chance to explode. And when an enemy explodes, it deals physical damage in an AoE around them. So basically what that looks like is we kill one enemy, and then I think they have a 34% chance to explode. So watch how the entire like, you see how everything just disappears. That's the explode, because when it explodes, it deals damage. When those that then die from the explosions die, they still have a chance of exploding some more. So then it ends up chaining like screens away, and it's just very good for clear, basically. So like you can see them popping, and like they go really far. So sometimes you see I'm here, you might just see like money appear here because they just popped down that line. Like look, all of them popped. What about bosses? So for bosses, it should be very straightforward because I can always summon regular animate weapons, but I have permanent flask uptime with or without bosses, or with or without killing enemies. So by having permanent flask uptime, I still have access to that flask that gives me souls, and I still have access to my other flasks, if that makes sense. So like here, bosses can explode, if that's what you're asking. They can, but again, it's all a chance. They have a chance of exploding, dealing damage to everything around them, and it's based off of their max life. So the more max life a monster has, the more damage its explosion does. So if you kill a boss and it explodes, everything around it is going to die. And then of course, I think the percent chance on the chest piece can scale up to like 35%. Scarabs. It can scale up to like 35%. So basically you have a 1 in 3 chance when something dies that it explodes. So the way the build will play out in theory is I load into a map. When I first load into a map, I do not have Val anything. I have my other minions though. So I have my AG, this guy. I would have my explode AG. I would have explode AG. I didn't pay attention to where the harvest was. I have no idea. But I have my explode AG with me. I have my specters. I have my golems. I potentially have zombies. Now these guys don't have much damage by themselves because I'm not skilling them particularly, but when I load into a map, I'm going to use lingering blades to throw like 28 weapons, and I'm just going to animate like 5 of them or 10 depending on how I feel. I'm going to walk into the map, and then those 10 are going to kill and give me souls to where I can then, once I have my Val, I throw 20. I just use my ethereal knives 2 times. That would give me 20 something blades, and then I pop Val. I get my 20 something Vals, and I'm running through the map for the next like half a minute with Val. If that runs out, the flask that gives me souls should be on automatic, so it just automatically pops, and I just cast Val again. It's just two support skill presses and then the main skill press. So it should be very straightforward. It should be very comfortable. Like it's like doing this, and then I press one button, I summon 21 weapons, and I keep going. And then once 30 seconds passes again, I just do that again and summon even more. So that's basically how it should play out. In theory, of course. But yeah, does that answer a question about bosses? I'm not entirely sure what you were asking about bosses. Like, is it like how? And keep in mind, with how much damage we have on that build, bosses should be dead in the blink of an eye. Like, you touch it, you start hitting a boss, they die. Because because like 51 mil DPS is no joke. And this is of course if we have all our animate weapons and whatnot. So maybe with the Val skill it's going to be around the same DPS, just without the Val animate weapons. So then with the animate weapons we'd be looking closer to like 70 something mil DPS, 80 something mil DPS. But yeah, for context, this build, I think this character currently has like 16 to 20 mil DPS, something like that. The character is not min-maxed, and you can see how quick I kill certain things. You know, these guys keep running away. I don't know why you're running away. Like these are like one of the more annoying mobs to face, because it's like you have to find them, and not only do you have to find them, you have to chase them. Dude, just die. Okay, cool. But yeah, that is does that answer your question about bosses? Because I'm not entirely sure I fully understand the boss question. And then of course, as defenses, we plan to get a source of taunt for at least one of them. I'm hoping I can get one on the Ghastly Eye Jewel, so that they just naturally have a chance to taunt, because with having 20 something minions attacking, throwing 6 attacks a second each, someone's gonna taunt everything. Like any boss that's hits will be taunted, and so long as it's taunted, it's doing less damage to me. And not only is it doing less damage to me, it's of course not focusing me. So like it's just nothing but positives. So I hope that kind of covers everything. I think it should. Oh, we got almost a divine in yellow juice. That's nice. And then blue is also good. So now we've spent a shit ton more money than we should have on crafting the weapon. But I mean, it's been crafted. So what we're going to do next is... You know, the funny thing... If I did what was the sensible thing to do, and the sensible thing to do when I was crafting the weapon, is when I got the first, because this is how the crafting process went. I got the first prototype, let's say. I got 5 mods, 4 out of the 5 mods I wanted. Now there was no way to get the 6th mod. If I sold this item for 100 divines, or 120 divines depending, because you can sell it, people would buy it. I would have made some of that craft cost to then go again, and I would have gotten this for way less, like for less than market price, right? If I was willing to do the work. But I was just like, you know what, I can fix this. But in my attempt to fix it, that's where the costs ramped up, because the first time, because then I tried to fix it, you know, I did the whole process. It's an expensive process, kind of. And then after the expensive process, I ended up, I got the mod I was missing, but I then lost a suffix, which is also just as bad to lose. So it's like, okay, can I fix it from here? I did it again, also expensive. Then I lost a, I think that was when I lost a prefix and a suffix. So it's like, that was when I stopped yesterday. Like I think I was like 200 divines in the hole. I'm like, you know what? You know, if I just wanted to be sensible, you know, I wouldn't have done that. I'd have just sold it and started afresh, which is what you should do. So don't be like me. I'm just stubborn. I'm just very stubborn. Yes. You just take all the quants we can get. But yeah, that kind of explains everything relating to the build. Not defenses per se, but the defenses are also pretty straightforward. I should explain defenses, to be honest. You said you're a newer player, so you would definitely benefit from it. So I could take some time to explain it once I'm just done with this map. I could do that. But TLDR, we try to scale max resistance just so we can mitigate elemental resistance a bit more. We're also using what's it called? We're using Chaos Golem to reduce the physical damage from hits we're taking, which you might not know this, but the most, I would say, in my opinion, the most dangerous damage type in the game is physical. And the reason physical is with all the newbie mechanics, it's almost impossible to do something. Ultimately, you always overpay for something. I'm not sure what you mean. Or game mechanics. I mean, in terms of this, like with the craft, yes, like RNG wise, RNG is RNG. You can't guarantee you get what you want when you want it. So craft cost typically is like, it takes that into account. So whatever the person used to craft it is typically like that plus profits, right? You know, it took them time and everything, which is why I went ahead with crafting myself, because, you know, that would be in theory cheaper, because I would then just be taking on the craft cost myself, but I wouldn't be attacking on someone else's profit into that calculation. The only place where this doesn't hold true in every situation, and the situations that it doesn't hold true are with like items that are, let's say, on league start, every item is valuable, but as the league goes on, people get better gear, so they sell their worst gear. So like that worst gear would be on the market for way less than you can craft it. So like stuff like that, stuff like T1 bases that have stats that naturally drop, or in this case drop from the league mechanic, all these things are things that you would find cheaper than it would be for you to craft them. So like those are the things that would be cheaper to craft, things that aren't necessarily only from crafting. But like a 12 link weapon like that, you can only get from crafting. I mean, in theory, you can get it from just spamming chaoses on. In theory, you can use it for spamming chaoses on a Elder Shaper base, but like that is not ever going to happen. Like literally impossible. All right, or next to, you would have to be, you might as well have won 100 lotteries to land that, you know. But in theory, it's possible. So for defenses, physical damage is the most dangerous damage in the game because of the way armor works, and I'll try to explain the way armor works. This stat in game, very deceptive. Don't pay attention to this stat. This stat scales with area level. It's very inconsistent. Basically, the way armor works is the more physical damage a hit does, the less percent armor is going to mitigate of that hit. So if a hit does 10% of your armor value, it's going to mitigate, I think it was like 75% to like 90% of that damage. But if a hit does 50% of your armor value, it's only going to mitigate like 10% of that damage. So the reason Fizz is so dangerous is if you take a big Fizz hit, armor's effectiveness just drops down the gutter. So the way you combat this is by getting sources of like flat physical damage reduction. By having flat physical damage reduction, flat physical damage reduction doesn't scale down like armor does. So 4% is going to mitigate 4% of physical damage regardless of how big or small the hit is going to be 4%. So what you do is you want all these other sources of ways to reduce that physical damage so that it becomes a smaller manageable size that your armor can deal with. So in this build in particular, I achieved this in multitudes of ways. So like you can see, I don't have much armor to even work with, but my physical max hit is big. Like I can eat a big fizz hit. Why? Well, there are a couple of things to it. First things first, we use physical. You didn't know that? Yeah, it's not something that is well explained unless you like go for it in the wiki, but it's very important to know. We go for endurance charges, so we always have 4 endurance charges going on. Endurance charges give 4% physical damage reduction and 4% elemental damage reduction. It is very strong. It is very nice to have. Aside max endurance charges, we have 4 of them. That's giving 12% physical damage reduction. Then we're using a chaos golem. which provides as a buff effect, it has 5% PDR. But because of its quality, we know this is a quality scaling build. Because of its quality, it increases that buff effect. So instead of getting 5% PDR, between all the sources of Chaos Golem effect, we're able to get, I think, let me see, we're able to get really high amount of PDR. So in this case, we're getting 13% from our Chaos Golem. So that is also another flat, unconditional physical damage reduction that is helping us. We have Bone Barrier here that gives us 1% per summon minion up to 10%. So that's under 10% that we easily have, as well as, you know, having Leech and all of that. That's under 10%. Then we then convert some of that physical damage to a different element. So like in this case, it's fire. So our chest piece has 12% physical damage from hits taken as fire damage. So that means that physical damage, if we take, let's say, 1,000 physical damage, 120 is going to be taken as fire, and the physical damage that will be left will be 880. That's what would then meet physical damage reduction and armor. But then we also have more from our crown, so like 8% from here, so that's 20%. So instead of like taking 1,000 phys hits, it gets scaled down to like 800. Then physical damage reduction and everything else takes the place. So with all these different mechanics, we're able to reduce the physical hits to a very manageable portion. And as you can see here, we have about 87% PDR. Well, 52% base. And then once 52% base does its thing, I guess armor takes over from there. Now we can potentially still scale armor if we wanted to, which is why we have like 3,000, but I don't bother doing it. Where does 12% phase as damage come from? It is an Eldritch Implicit. So the way you know how Eldritch Implicits work? If you don't, it's by applying these orbs on an item, you get Eldritch Implicits. So I think it is, I want to say it is an Eater of World Implicit. And of course, the higher the level of it, the more percent conversion you get. So I think it's Eater. I could check. Divine Ringmail edit. Yeah, it's Eater. So this is an Eater mod. I think it's like tier 5. I think it's like tier 5. Tier 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5. We'll give you 12. And then we're going for 2 max res from here. We also have 79% max res for fire and 77 for chaos. Do you think this is better than buff to determination aura? I'm not even using determination aura. So buffing determination aura doesn't do anything for this build in particular. I could run determination aura if I wanted to be more defensive, but I think my defenses are fine because we have this guy over here. Now this guy, as you can see, when this defensive is up, we take 35% less physical damage and 35% less elemental damage. That is a high amount of less damage taken for it. And the more endurance charges it consumes, the longer it's going to last. And its quality reduces its cooldown or increases its cooldown recovery rate. So we have it at a point to where it is up for 2.5 seconds and it is down for 2 seconds. So it's up more than it's down. And so long as we take damage and that doesn't one-shot us, it's going to activate. And now because it's activated and we have Enduring Composure, which should give us endurance charges if we've been hit, as well as Perfect Warlord, which should also give us endurance charge every 9-ish seconds, I think. We always have a constant flow of endurance charges. So it pops, we start getting our endurance charges back. We have Warlord giving our minions and us endurance charges, and as such, we should have, when it's up, we should also still have some charges coming back. And so once it is up, we're able to eat a max hit of 81,000 fizz and 80,000 elemental. Now when it's down, this drops to like 25k, but when it's down, it drops to like 25k, but this fizz max hit is always 25k. Is a very healthy amount of fizz max hit to have. You can scale it more, but this is fine. I typically shoot for over 20k if I can. 25k is really good. For context, if I were to say, can I eat a Shaper Slam? which is like one of the highest fizz hits in the game. If I just eat it, no defensives, do I die? Firstly, I have a 75% chance to block it. So as you can see, if he's just throwing Shaper slams, even without my defenses, I last 56 seconds. So if this is accurate, I probably just don't die. But besides the point. I take 2 hits before I die, so I eat 2 Shaper slams, and then I still have some life, so 2.05 Shaper slams before I die. And this is regular Shaper, not Uber Shaper. I have a 75% chance to block. If I don't block it, I have a 43% chance to evade. If I then don't evade it, then I get hits, and you know, then I would take the damage, and then I would be like half health. Now, if we go Uber Shaper, I don't know if I can eat this, but let's see. Can I eat an Uber Shaper slam? Yes, I can. So even without my defenses, this is without my defense. So this is assuming my defenses are down. I can eat an Uber Shaper slam. Now, if my defenses are up, this is going to be ridiculous. But I can eat 3 Uber Shaper slams. And again, it has to not be blocked. So 75% chance to block. It has to not get blocked. And then it has to, on top of not getting blocked, it has to not be evaded, which it has. Well, it can be evaded, so never mind. I don't think I have enough evasion to evade this one. So, but anyways, it has to not get blocked, and then when it doesn't get blocked, if I have my defenses up, I can easily eat 3 of them, and I would still have a good chunk of life left. And if for some reason I eat 3 Shaper slams in a row, which is not possible, if I eat 3 Uber Shaper slams in a row, I am still leeching from my minions, so I should still be fine. Like, I would still gain my health back, and I would be fine. So I don't need what's it called? I do not need determination or armor scaling for that matter. I'm chilling. Like that is how I approach the defenses of this build in particular. So yeah. What else is there? This is how I get my my capped block. If I wanted to be more offensive, I could drop this. That takes me down to 40% chance to block, so I'd be taking a lot more damage. Like my EHP, watch this. EHP goes from 500k to 100 and something, and that's just to say that my effective hit pool. So because I block 75% of the hits now and spells, I am technically getting hits, so that is part of my effective hit pool, assuming average damage. But anyways, for the most part, if you want to see how tanky a build is, this is not the number you look for. You look at max hits, not this one, because if he has sustain, then this is what's important, because this is how you get one shot. Anything above max hit would one shot you essentially. Then I could switch to Spirit Offering, and that gives me up to 80 mil DPS on this version that is not, and keep in mind, this is really not the real DPS, because like I explained earlier, Val has way more DPS than this says. But this is if I had Spirit Offering up instead of Bone Offering up. So if I really wanted damage, I could do that. I prefer defenses, so I'm going to go with this one. But it's an option that's available to me, which I appreciate. But yeah, I think that about explains everything. We're using Tides of Time, so we have permanent flask uptime, so we don't have to worry about our flasks not being up, because they're always going to be up. Progenesis has 100% uptime, as you will see around, like if you look here, when I hover on it, you see flask uptime 100%. So we're gaining passive charges every second, and the passive charges every second outweigh the amount of charges I consume when it is used. So before its effect runs out, it would have full charges again to then go again. Kind of the idea. And the same thing for this, same thing for this, same thing for this, for all of them essentially. And if I'm mapping, I actually don't even need to have this slot empty, because I'm killing enemies for flash charges. So I can just drop this and run like something else, or I could just switch this one too, because I don't need it while I'm mapping. I probably won't. I probably would keep it just for keeping it, but it's good to know, you know. that about explains everything I wanted to explain. I can't think of anything else I'm missing. Yeah. So this is the very end game version. What I'm going to do is, now that I've crafted the weapon, I can breathe and I can just leave it at that. I actually don't intend on using that weapon for like a week or two, if not more. What I plan to do first is I plan to make a low budget version of this. So I'm going to level a new character and I'm going to try to make it work on a budget. Now, on a budget, this pretty much means that I am going to not use Val animates that often. I'm instead going to be using regular animate weapon more often because I can't have the permanent uptime on Val without this weapon. So this is the end game high insane budget version, like very high budget for the build. But for leveling it up, for getting to this point, you have to use regular animate weapon, which should also still be good. I know I came up with this POB. I probably need to adjust it a bit more. But with this POB, we're at like 20 something mil DPS. This is using Dialas. It has like 30. It has how many Val? This is regular, so this is 29 animate weapons and 23 Val animate weapons. It's decent damage. I probably adjust it a bit more, like I said, but probably adjust it. Try to figure out something even before Dialas. So because this, in theory, I think this build can be league started. I think animate weapon has the potential if you can stand using animate weapons. Also, in the vein of animate weapons, I almost forgot. We also have to talk about their defenses because they can die. But we have a few defensive layers for them. We have this giving them Chaos Res Cap and giving them more ES to basically use as life. We have this giving them max early res, so they have 83% early res versus having 75. We have Dread March giving them PDR because the same thing happens. You want them to have PDR, flat sources of PDR, and not just anything else. You want them ideally PDR. And I think I was trying to give them life. Yes, this one. Recover 5% of life on minion death. So if something kills one of them, if anything kills one of them, the others would all recover 5% of their life. And if I, start running low on swords, I can always resummon them. Or resummon them at every interval just so I don't run out of them as I'm mapping. Because it's scaling quality, again, we go Ethereal Knife, so we don't have to spam anything. We just cast this once and we get 14 Lingering Blades and we can just cast this as we need, But yeah, in theory, this build doesn't really need anything to function. It just needs animate weapon and a 6 link and eventually an enhance, eventually an ashes, and you just want to keep scaling the quality to get more and keep going that way. And of course, you can also just scale it with poison, but rather like poison seems so limiting in that regard because poison is capped at 36 mil DPS, give or take. That's poison cap. PoE cannot calculate more poison damage than that. So if you're doing more damage than that with poison, it's going to be nerfing you essentially. So elemental is better because it has a higher cap. Elemental is not. I shouldn't say it's better. It has a higher damage ceiling, and in the way of this build, it is 100% better because poison cannot really work with this version. You can do chaos, just you're not scaling poison. It's the hit itself. The hit can always do more damage. The poison itself, the dot, is capped to dot cap. And of course, there are some niche situations where you might want more damage than dot cap, like if you were to go to Uber bosses, they have a 70% less damage modifier. So even if you're on dot cap for regular bosses, if you go to the Uber version, you're probably not dot cap and your damage still goes up there because you're not doing as much, so you can still scale. But that's if you're doing Uber bosses. The moment you stop doing Uber bosses, everything else is capped. But yeah, that about explains it. Where is the weapon? Yeah, okay. I'm so proud of that thing. I'm so proud of it. It is beautiful. It looks like I have messages to catch up on Discord. I'll get to it eventually. I'll get to it once I'm done with stream. Uh, but yeah, that about covers everything, I think. If you have any questions about, you know, anything, let me know. Can I share the POB for the build I'm playing? Sure. Where's POB? Do I have POB open? Yes, I do. Poison Chains of Command T17. This is not my in-game character, so this is the aspirational. This is the, if I had everything right, this is how much DPS I would have. I do not have everything right in game, and I stopped investing in it a while back. For this next build, that is. But yeah, I mostly stopped investing in it because for what I wanted to do, it was doing it perfectly. So I saw no reason to put more money into it. But yeah, that's the build. This one looks fun. Yeah, it's a pretty nice playstyle. You just walk around and things die. You never run out of swords because, well, the way it works is my AG takes credit for every kill. Now, and the chest piece I have makes it so when my AG kills, I trigger an ability. So it's me that's someone, keep in mind. But I trigger summon animate weapon or animate guardian weapon, which then animates his weapon to as a minion. So I just let them kill. I let them kill. And then I summon more minions, and then he just keeps going infinitely. That's kind of how it works. So other than convocation, like literally, here's a fun fact. When you see me playing on stream, most of the time, if I'm not using shield charge, I'm playing with one hand. My hand is like right now, my hand is just on my mouse. It's not on my keyboard. I'm just walking around and then right click for convocation, and that's it. And that's all I'm doing. So like if I get too far ahead of my minions, I will convocate them to me, and then we just keep going. Like that's all I'm doing. It's a very comfortable playstyle, I'll tell you that much. That's kind of why I invested so much into this, because I invested so much into, like, I invested as much as I did into it because I like the playstyle, I should say. Now, single targets is only where I put my hand on my keyboard, which is for a curse. So I reduce their resistances to chaos damage, and they take more damage pretty much. That is like the only situation where I take I use a second hand just for more DPS. That's on shield charge, of course. If I want to play more efficient and make more, like, really make currency in that bit of time, I'm going to use shield charge like that to move around faster. Honestly, since this is my first league, all I want is to complete all the maps. If you want to complete all the maps, I would even recommend this, because this build can get pricey because of the mechanic I'm using. The mechanic for this build is interesting because typically elemental damage cannot poison, only chaos and physical. But because of the weapon we crafted for and make guardian, he's able to poison with elemental damage, and they are able to poison with elemental damage because they are his weapon. But for a build that's, you know, is cheap, doesn't require much to complete maps, all of that, I would probably recommend Frostbearers way more. I have a Frostbearer build guide on my YouTube channel. You can check it out. I would recommend that more because that starts performing at basically no investment. The only thing you need is a unique scepter that literally costs what? The unique scepter costs probably like 4 chaos at this point. It's a scepter, so your chest piece is still free, so you can still have a 6 link of a different minion doing a lot of damage other than the specters, which are also doing damage, and eventually you go rate load, and you have a 6, I think you have a 7 specter. No, you can get up to 8 specters without the chest piece, so you can get up to 8 specters in your army, and just all you do is move around, you convocate, you move around, you convocate. That was this character's build. This is the high budget version though. This character cannot currently function simply because I've taken some gear from it, like he doesn't have a 1-down whatnot. But these are the minions I'm talking about. These guys, they throw a mortar. I'll just go to, they throw a mortar that does cold damage, and they are, am I lagging? I think I am. So like they do that. This is how, so all you do with this one is you convocate, and they just keep pelting them with like they just keep pelting them with projectiles. It's CI, so it's immune to chaos damage, so you don't have to worry about poison or anything. Yes, you would. But if you want them and you're ready right now, you can at me in game at Deconic, and I'll invite you. So all you would have to do is come to my hideouts and use Desecrate, and you will see Frostbearers, because I have them in my pool. So once you see Frostbearers, you summon them, and from that moment on, wherever you are, you can use Desecrate to find Frostbearers. Their name is Forge Frostbearers too, so you can come and get them if you want. So long as if I'm on a different character, it wouldn't work. I would have to switch to this character, but yeah, invite. So you have to just come to my hideout, cast Desecrate, and summon Forge Frostbearers, and that's it. Then you just start with the low budget version. I assume you don't have much of a budget to work with, so start with that version. That is the version that is in the day 1 update video. There's a PoE and everything. You don't even need Rate Lord. Actually, no. At this point, even the medium budget should be medium budget should be cheap. But I don't know what your budget looks like. But if you have less than 1 divine, go for the low budget. That would be a better bet. That would be an easier bet. So you go for the low budget. You would buy the Bitter Dream. Is it in your wand? You can't use Desecrate if it's in your wand and you have Trigger. If there's anything triggering your Desecrate, you can't use it. So you have to put it somewhere that is... So if you have Arcanist Brand, if it's in a Trigger wand, things like this will stop you from being able to cast it. So you'd have to put it like, let's say, for me, I put it in my chest piece as an example. And then you can cast it. So like, if I look here, look at that. That's a Forge Frostbearer. That's what the name looks like, in case you're wondering. Oh, by the way, if you, I assume you know this, but to look at specters, all you have to do is hold A while you have a specter gem equipped, and you can cycle through, like it would tell you the name of the one you're hovering over, and then you just move around like that. So letter A, and then when you're over it, you press your raise specter button, and to raise that one in particular. But yeah, with these guys, and I think I should have a Bitter Dream, and this weapon right here, this one, if you put them in this weapon, they are good to go. They are going to do very good damage because of all the support gems in the weapon. So it's like Bone Chill, Hypothermia, Ice Bites. So they're going to be doing good damage here. And then your chest piece, if you have a 6-link, you can give that to a different minion, like your zombies, your skeletons. They can help also contribute to damage. So that's really how you pump out damage in the lower budget versions of this. And I think the weapon, I actually came here so I could check the price. Yeah, the weapon is going for 2 chaos, 3 chaoses. So you're chilling. Got it? Okay, you're welcome. So if you follow that build guide, you follow the low budget, you get that up and running, and then you make some currency, then you can then start moving towards the medium budget, and then from there the high budget, which is what this character has. The high budget is very good. Like for example, the high budget was what I used. Am I having... No, I'm not having connection issues. Why is YouTube saying not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming? What is happening here? What is happening here, YouTube? But anyways, this high budget was the first time this is the first time I faced Uber bosses. But like this is Uber Eater of Worlds. This is Uber Eater. And as you can see, it's pretty good damage. This wasn't a min-max version, I believe. It's very tanky. And this is the Uber version, which has like that 70% less damage taken, I guess. Design around not getting hit often. They are insanely powerful for those moments. And then I'm just explaining the mechanics used in the thing. So this is what it plays like, and this is what it looks like while mapping. That should be what I said. This is it in T17s. Here I die. I think I go unlucky and I think I didn't block like 3 hits. But this is what it looks like in T17s. Well, I should show the clear. Where's the clear? I think this is a clear. So this is what it looks like clear in T17s. For the most part, you're not worried about much. You're just chilling. You don't get hit often because you have 90% block chance. And when you block, you don't take any damage. So once it takes a bit of bad RNG for you to get hits, and once you do get hits, you have other defensive layers that kind of shore you up so you're able to eat that hit. But the build itself, the defensive layers, is designed around not getting hits often. So like these are lightning orbs that hits a lot of times per second. So that's why we typically get hits during it. Typically. And then this is a T17. And this I think is the T17 boss after. I wanted it when I made this build. I wanted a boss. I wanted a build that I didn't need to know the boss mechanics to do the bosses pretty much. So that's why I made this version, because like in previous seasons I kind of struggled in T17s yada yada because T17s were overtuned last league. Let's also say that. But anyways, aside that, I wanted a build where I didn't have to like know. I could eat damage here and there and I wouldn't die. So like here, there's a mechanic on the ground, if you see it, that does damage. Actually, it's decent damage, but with our block, we're able to block it. We've already killed the thing that's summoning it, I think. So that phase is over. And then we're back to damaging her, and then she's dead. So it's very, very good DPS. And again, this isn't even a min-max version. But with this one, you kind of have I like this one because you kind of have a path you can follow from having absolutely no budget to getting to this point. Because this is actually how I league started. So, you know, with league start, you have 0 currency. This is how I league started, and this is the build I used. I'll probably make one for Reg Defiler so I can go ahead and do it next league, because I'll probably league start Defilers next league, I'm thinking. That is probably what I'm going to do next league, because I like league starting Spectres just because it's very straightforward. That one will probably end up with Dorianis and it's more complicated. I probably don't hit minus 200 without Calandra rings. I don't know if Calandra rings are staying either, so who knows. Jeez, my throat. Anyways, I think this is when does the league end? No one knows. But this league should be ending, I'm guessing, after PoE 2. My guess is after PoE 2. So we have a good chunk of time. Like, it's probably going to be here past November. So maybe December and like maybe Christmas we're looking at. Oh yeah, I'm done with this map. Maybe December we're looking at a new league, like by Christmas. That is what I'm thinking. But yeah, thank you for stopping by. It's time for me to go eat and, you know, actually rest. This last 2 days of just... Oh wait, before I go, I always forget to do this. I like checking the amount of currency I have at the end of the craft just to see like how bad it was. Like how much we spent, stuff like that. I forgot to check. But like, yes, this is where we were before. This is our total network. And then we crafted and dropped here. We got very unlucky, so we dropped that much. But like today we went up here and then just only dropped here. So, you know, not nearly as bad. Not nearly as bad. So I'll take it. We lost about 62 divines in everything. It's fine. Now we just get to farm up. We've gotten the most expensive part behind us. And from here on out, we just have to farm. We're just going to farm. And then because I have this now, my next upgrade is going to be the power runes. So I kind of want to get the power runes. That should cost like 60 something divines. I need 15 power runes, and then the other ones could be like if a couple divines extra. So like maybe 70, 80 divines, something like that. For the enchant. And then once I have the enchant on the weapon, what else is there? I have the enchant on the weapon, then I'm going to actually roll a new character at that point. Then that new character is going to have the low budget. Then I'm going to have to use that character to farm the medium and then just transition into the high budget because I have the more expensive pieces. But yeah, we didn't spend too much, but at the same time, I also understand that I have farmed a bit of life force since the crafting session, so it may not look as bad. But yeah, that's it. I'll be back tomorrow, same time, you know. And Caesarly, if you have any questions about the guide, do let me know. You can always ask on stream. You can ask me on Discord. I'm open wherever. And if you just need general advice on minion builds, there's a really very nice summoner Discord channel that I don't know if you have access to, but you can always ask. There's a lot of helpful individuals there. Very good people, very nice community. If you like minions, that's definitely a Discord channel to be on. But anyways, good night. See you tomorrow. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate y'all.